Lumea din jur se schimbă și tu ești în continuă mișcare. Deschizi drumuri noi, conectând oameni și idei. Te miști simplu și ușor, investind pasiune în tot ceea ce faci. Vrei să urci mai sus ca să vezi cât mai departe.
Atât de simplu și ușor.
Iar noi îți suntem aproape, orice ai face, oriunde te-ai afla. MAIB, împreună la nivelul următor.
This isn't the world you grew up in. You've become an expert in areas of the business that go well beyond tax. Your organization is more global, increasingly digital. Your business models are more complex. Compliance is getting complicated, and penalties are more severe. Governments around the world have moved towards taxes that are easier to collect and administer through technology. Suddenly, your board wants to hear from you about risks and opportunities, and you're not the tax leader you were when you started out. You know how to transform your tax data into meaningful insights. And if you're anything like the other ambitious, future-thinking tax leaders out there, you've managed to do all of this with fewer resources and less budget. Maybe these tools still feel disconnected from one another. Not anymore. Introducing KPMG Digital Gateway, the single platform solution that gives you access to the full suite of KPMG tax and legal technologies you use. Across our global network, we are investing $5 billion over 5 years in technology, people, and innovation to accelerate the digital transformation of KPMG firms and our clients, and more than $1 billion in tax and legal technology specifically in that period. KPMG Digital Gateway puts the fruit of our investments at your fingertips, bringing together the expertise of alliances, technology solutions, and the KPMG global network of professionals into one integrated platform. Putting our investments in machine learning, deep analytics, visualizations, and AI technologies in one place, all driven by the rich data you already have on hand, powered by Microsoft Azure, built on the cloud. KPMG Digital Gateway and the teams behind the solutions are working together to help change the lives of tax leaders and their teams, redefining target operating models and transforming tax functions for the new world order. You've done so much already. Just imagine what the future of tax will be with a platform like this behind you.
Mergem?
Mulțumesc mult pentru apel. Voiam să...
Vorbim mai târziu. Chiar dacă ai conexiune bună, nu neapărat să stai mereu conectat. Iar atunci când ai nevoie, alege internet de la Orange pentru mai multe beneficii. Orange.
Mazars is a leading international audit, tax, and advisory firm. Founded in Europe, we are now present in over 90 countries and territories around the world. Our workforce of over 44,000 professionals, including more than 28,000 in our integrated partnership and 16,000 via the Mazars North America Alliance, is dedicated to assisting clients of all sizes at every stage in their development. Corporate responsibility and sustainability have become important foundations of business performance. As auditors and business advisors, our mission has never been so compelling. We help businesses and public institutions operate confidently and grow responsibly through a broad range of high-quality audits, tax, accounting, consulting, and advisory services. Mazars has always been.
Bună dimineața! Mă numesc Anastasia Deriveanchina, sunt manager senior în cadrul PwC România și Moldova.
Good morning, I'm Anastasia Sirianco, and today, together with Yuri Chnian, managing partner at TAXCON' and Mazars, we are glad to welcome everyone present in the room and online to the second e-TAXCON' 22, to the second day of the e-TAXCON' 22 conference. And would like to thank our partners, KPMG, Orange, Mazars, and it is also supported by our media partner. Yesterday, we had a productive and intense day. We have managed to discuss many topics, and I kindly ask Yuri to tell us the conclusions of yesterday so that we can make a summary. So yesterday, we have discussed a very important thing for Moldova, the fact that Moldova has become a candidate country to EU. Together, we have discussed what we will wait. In my opinion, an important thing was mentioned that the country is ready to assume risks considering the situation, but we believe that this risk should be taken, but it has to be coordinated with the business and with our association. And the simplicity of the document is not directly correlated with the thickness of the document. That's also an important message. Also, an important topic was to discuss what is the current macroeconomic context and how it can impact us. Here we have discussed about the latest trends of taxation, and we also discussed how the war in Ukraine can impact us. We have also covered topics that are hot for the European Union, such as ESG and environment, social and governance, and we also discussed what we companies should wait for, though we do not have now the direct obligation to implement EU directives. And we are glad to have representatives of the Ministry of Finance present at those sessions who took note of these topics, and hopefully we can find something in the tax policy for next year. So, as usually, we have discussed a topic that is very pleasant for all the consultants, taxation of non-residents. Interesting questions were raised and recommendations were formulated for the tax service, how to better implement it. We discussed to see the permanent representative office as a tool to enter the market. We have also discussed about conventions and the very interesting situation, the good situation that we have with the conventions that we have with USA. Hopefully it will be solved soon. We have also covered the taxation of labor relations, and here we raised many topics, including with regards to innovative staff motivation tools and maybe some tax facilities in this regard, such as participation of employees in the company's profits. And we are also glad to hear from the government's representative that the government is also thinking to support businesses by providing subsidies for companies that would like to increase salaries. And now we start the second day. We will discuss two very important topics: tools to finance businesses and their taxation, and digitalization of tax processes. Hopefully we'll have also a productive day with many discussions, and maybe we'll find out some answers to our questions. Thank you.
Bună ziua, stimați participanți ai conferinței e-TAXCON ediția numărul 3.
Good morning, dear participants of the third edition of e-TAXCON'22 conference. I'm glad to see new faces as well as faces that we already know. I'd like to greet those that have joined us online. Before starting, I would like to say that today's event is in Romanian and we have translation into English. So if you need to listen to the translation, please find the right channel. Now we have the fourth session, instruments to fund the business and taxation. And I believe that this is one of the most important questions that is asked often by businesses. Where is the money? How can I get access to funding? Businesses find appropriate funding according for their business plan. And also we speak about investors, banks, and third parties that would like to provide funding and obtain economic benefits. We will also discuss about the legislative framework regulating funding, both for the Moldovan market and for international market. We will say that the legislative framework is intended to provide benefits both for the funders, for them to have certainties that they will manage to receive their return, and also for those that are being funded to make sure that there will be no abuse on behalf of funders. And now I would like to present the participants of our panel discussion. And perhaps you have noticed in the agenda, we are somehow breaking the stereotypes that finance is an industry for men. In our panel, we have women speakers, ladies who love this profession, who have been practicing this profession for years, and who have proved that we are have a well-deserved place in this profession. Online, we have Oana Stanciu, Director of Consulting Price Romania. She will present a general overview of alternative funding channels for businesses. She's a consultant at PwC Romania, a company with experience of about 3 years. Oana has a broad experience in the financing banking area. She was a strategic consultant at Romanian Commercial Bank, director of the planning budgeting unit and the planning at Millennium Bank, strategist at Citi, and internal auditor at NG. Oana, I would like to welcome you. And our colleague Cristina Ixari, she is active both at AmCham and at other events that we are organizing together. She is a tax professional at MAIB Moldova, and she'll be speaking about funding, bank funding, and fiscal and challenges that are associated. She has more than 12 years of experience in tax consultancy, both on the national and international market. She has worked as a tax inspector in charge of large taxpayers and tax controller in the fiscal department of Chișinău municipality. She was a consultant in Grantwork Moldova, and she was involved in auditing customers, part of international projects, fiscal planning, and others. We also have Irina Ieliu, Financial Director of Prime Capital. She'll speak about the non-local crediting and tax-related challenges related to their financial recording. She has experience of more than 30 years in accounting, both domestic and international, of non-banking credit organizations. For more than 16 years, she has been leading the finance and accounting department of Prime Capital non-banking financial institution. Before that, she was a chief accountant at ProCredit. Irina has the ACCA certificate. Welcome, Irina. Online, we have our colleague Mihaela Popescu, Director of Direct Taxation of Deloitte Romania. She will speak about taxation of alternative funding tools such as crowdfunding, venture capital, business angels, and issuance of corporate obligations. Mihaela is a director in the Department of Direct Taxes and International Taxation of Deloitte Romania, more than 12 years experience in financial consultancy. She has provided fiscal consultancy to a broad range of national and multinational companies in various areas of expertise such as profit tax and international taxation. She has also coordinated complex projects in such areas as restructuring and reorganization of a business, international restructuring, mergers, procurements, and tax litigations. She's a graduate of the Department of Finance, Banks, and Law Department. She is member of CFA and a Chamber of Fiscal Consultants of Romania. And Cornelia Kozlovski is also with us. She is the chairwoman of the National Commission of Financial Market. Welcome. She is a chairperson of the National Commission of Financial Market, has a broad experience in the financial area, both in the private and in public sectors. Previously, she worked as the General Director of Raiffeisen Bank Moldova and Raiffeisen Leasing Ltd. She also worked as Director General at the Privatization National Agency and also head of Privatization Department. She has an academic background in applied mathematics and in public management. I'm Lilia Colin. I'm a director of Audit Department, Deloitte Moldova. I have more than 14 years of experience in audit. I love my job. I like people who love this job. And let's start our discussions. The first guest in our panel is Oana. Oana, please. I'm here. Thank you very much. I am glad to be with you, though remotely. The purpose of my presentation today is to show what has happened with a study that we have conducted a couple of months ago in Moldova that covers the funding needs of micro, small and medium companies, their needs and practices that they currently have in this area or they expect to have in the next future. Our study that we have performed together with local experts and with UNDP had the goal to try to understand what financial tools are used, what barriers businesses encounter, what are the success criteria in terms of the financial products they use, and what would be the following needs. As you know, the small and medium enterprises of Moldova have a core role in the Moldovan business. They are the backbone. On the basis of all the figures that we have analyzed, these companies account for 98% of all companies and more than 60% of the employed labor force. In the study, we triangulated information from various sources and we tried to find out what funding needs they have, what they need funding for, and where they find funding on the domestic market or on the foreign market. So we asked SMEs what they need, and we had a company who helped us to conduct a research. This was actually a survey covering 318 companies that had the same structure as the structure of companies in the country. So these 318 companies. They had a countrywide distribution, and of respondents, 79% were operating in urban areas and 21% in rural areas. Most of the companies are micro, as it happens in the country. 12% were small countries and 2% were medium companies. We tried to include all types of companies that exist in the country, regardless of their form of it could have one founder or an association or a family business. And we also try to select them at different stages of maturity, up to 2 years, 10 to 10 years and more than 10 years. And on this slide, you can see what they would need. We try to see if they need traditional loan or funding, or capital funding. The analysis that we have conducted showed that they are still focusing on traditional tools. And in the diagram below that has many details, you will see that they are not very much familiarized with alternative products which are offered in the society, but to a lesser extent. And when we asked about their needs, why they need funding, they said that they need to fund their working capital or they need cash flow immediately. So their needs are for the short term. I hope you can see well the chart in the room, but if you can see the most familiar products are credit lines, traditional bank funding, or they took money as a loan from friends. Most of these loans were taken from friends, from the family, to cover the immediate needs. As for alternative products, crowdfunding or peer-to-peer, these products are known. They have been used by a small part of them in order to boost the activity that they are performing. And as you can see, the less activity we had with the issuance of bonds, subordinated debt. Some steps are done in this regard, but they are smaller. So as a conclusion, is that the traditional tools still dominate the trends. And on the next slide, you can see the opportunities regarding the attempts to obtain capital for the business they perform. And the first thing that they have told us about in our discussions, because we also had interviews, is that if they need immediate capital, they try to use undistributed capital. Crowdfunding is lagging a bit behind. The same can be said about business angels or public venture. This area is accessed to a lesser extent, the same as listing on a public stock exchange. So they are aware of these tools, but they do not use them to a high extent. We have many details on these documents. If you are interested, we can submit this data to you later. Regarding tools coming from the government, businesses are very much aware of them. So all of the programs introduced and implemented by the government are well known, but only 17% have a comprehensive understanding of the schemes. So I believe that it's important to raise more awareness so that companies have easier access to these programs. Regarding the subordinated lending, again, they are aware of this tool, but do not access them. And regarding startup incubators, we know that a lot of efforts have been made in Moldova to develop this area. Only 3.6% have used these products, but 50% are aware of them, but are not using them yet. The startup, the fintech area has a huge potential, and for sure it will develop significantly in the future, in the next future. And we have seen that many public and not-for-profit organizations developing initiatives in this area. On the next slide, we can see that though this trust has increased significantly, these development programs that are programs for microfinancing development are not accessed sufficiently. So there is an incredible potential here because all of the partners are making huge efforts in this area to create these development programs. As you can see on the slide, 62.8% are aware of them and less than 10% access them. It is very important for this understanding to be more profound and to have understanding both in the rural and in the urban area, because on the following slides you'll see a segregation. Any product, be it traditional or non-traditional, has a different understanding in the rural versus urban area. Rural leasing is a well-known product. 45.8% said they understand this product, they know how to access it, which is an extraordinary step. Moreover, other 31.3% say that they somehow understand this product, but they do not know how to apply it, how to access it. So we have a potential of 31.3% of the interviewed companies would like to use this product. So for sure, this is an opportunity for these companies to go to the clients that would like to move into this direction. Banks are still a traditional channel used by companies. You can see that more than 40% understand their products and access it. And when I say banks, I mean other smaller companies or savings associations or credit unions. And 37.9% would like to understand the products better to be able to access these products. When we are to analyze the overall market of Moldova, because I said this small and medium sized enterprises are the backbone of the country. So we can see that they need funding, but we need to provide financial education or to explain these products for them to be able to access them. And you will see that the companies that want to access the products that have this need will start using them. On this slide, we can see that there is no big difference between a small, micro, and medium-sized enterprise in terms of their needs and in terms of the products that they access. The orange color shows the areas the companies use the traditional credit. So you can see that the large companies that have history, they can show good results. It's possible to estimate the performance for the following years, so they have easier access to funding. 59% of them go to banks and get their funding there. Regarding small and micro companies, this predictability of business is not that clear. Nevertheless, 1/3 of them still use the traditional loans. The more complex the product becomes, the lower are percentages. So they either do not understand well these products or find them quite difficult to be accessed. So second, after the traditional loan, we have the government subsidy or development partner subsidy, and the other more complex products have much lower shares. I was telling you earlier about a difference between rural and urban. So on this slide, you can see this difference. We tried to make it clear. And also you can see a gender difference. Female managers, 42.9% said that the biggest barrier that they encounter is the too high interest rate. When they analyze a product, they analyze the interest rate. The same is done by all managers, but female managers are more prudent. All of the companies believe that the main barrier is the cost. And this was underlined in all of the discussions that we had, and not only in this survey, because we tried to discuss with all of the companies or representatives of companies on the market that had time and were willing to talk to us. The same we can see in urban and rural. 40% of urban companies said that the cost of funding is very important, and this answer was given by 30% of rural companies. So the difficulty with the bureaucracy, the need to write a business plan, these barriers are much more visible in the rural area. So the banks and the other institutions, development partners, the government, the organizations, in our opinion, should make an extra effort and go themselves in those areas. They should either educate them, explain how to prepare the documents, or to explain the products, because this is how the small and medium-sized companies will grow and will turn into small and medium and large companies.
We try to talk here about where from do they get information. We try to see where do they get informed, to see what would be the easiest way for these small and medium companies to be informed and to be aware of the products available on the market at this point of time. We noticed that a trust factor for every company, and here representatives of companies can say if it's true or not, it's usually the chief accountant. Usually, well, after they go directly to the main bank that they work, the main channel is where they have most of their activities, and they go to that main bank and they try to see what's available, and then they speak to their accountant. Another aspect, another way we could help is to have the accountant. The accountant is a very good source to understand what are the market possibilities, what can be done now, or what could be developed in the future. Or this could be prepared in some easier to understand information so that they could access more complex information. Then when the local grids or funds, products offered by the government, you'll see that there's quite a big difference between rural and urban. 1 of 3 went to government grants, and a third in the rural area. So it would be very good for them to be helped, to meet them halfway, to give them the chance to become part of such a program. In the discussions we had so far, you should know that many of them, when we conducted the survey, many of them said that they need funding immediately in the next 6 months, and they estimate this immediate need without knowing at that time how the economic situation would evolve. Probably now these needs are even more urgent. what do we believe is needed? You will see on the next slide a separation by industry sectors. The industries are very different, but the most painful aspect that was felt in all countries, not in Moldova only, is Horeca. They are in biggest need for financing. They felt heaviest the blow of the COVID period, and everything happening now in the macroeconomic context, they need more and more. And then agriculture, which is very important for Moldovan economy also needs funding, and they needed to buy fixed assets, and they need constant financing in order to be able to grow their business. And looking at the trade, funding is needed, and 25.2% of them save it. This contributes to the GDP of the economy, and there is a great need for all bodies to try to help them overcome this difficult period. I will not speak a lot more because I'm running out of the time that was allocated, but we are in a continuous dialogue. UNDP and PwC bodies are having this discussion of what would be the needs for the future. In the next slide, you can see that I cannot give too many details, but I will try to summarize what I said so far. Two out of five companies said they're planning to seek finance in the next year. Of course, now this percentage is higher than we had 6 months ago. Also, financial education is needed, and it can also it can contribute both to the percentage of credits in GDP, but also percentage of bad loans in the total loans. We believe that the government grants should be information should be disseminated about government grants in rural areas, and of course, alternative instruments are needed in the future, and legislation related to them. We try to present some solutions here based on the region. So next slide is the last slide in our presentation. But of course, that would be develop a strong stock exchange, follow experience of Poland or Romania. It's a crowdfunding portal so that you can look into what legislation is. You can follow what is happening in the Baltic region with crowdfunding. Another one would be a factoring fund that we thought about, and financial literacy part, which we believe is so important for individuals and for legal entities as well. This was a presentation we prepared, and thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much, Juana, for your presentation. Surely, everyone who followed the presentation took note of interesting things. I was impressed by the numbers, figures, how much we have to work on increasing the literacy about financial instruments available on the Moldovan market, and not only, also the investment potential into various industries. These are topics that we all have to think about. And before moving to the next speaker now, today's panel, with respect to what Madam Stancio said, that was very relevant and interesting. I would like to make a remark. She said that we need a bit of financial literacy. It's not a bit that we need. We have a great need for financial literacy. And in this respect, we realize how much we need to work in order to educate the population, to educate the businesses. Why do I say that? Because the legislation on corporate obligations was adjusted. So it's also limited, those SMEs can issue such bonds, but it is not applied. And there is a practical guide which step by step guides them in applying this funding method. So capital companies can obtain capitals this way, capital that they need as reflected in the survey that Madam Stancho presented. This guide is accessible. It can be used in practice. The National Commission of Financial Market is always available to provide consultancy. Unfortunately, it is not being used, and we go back to the fact that there is not enough financial literacy to do that. Or maybe people just got used to the fact that it's easiest to go for a bank loan. No, it's easier to use that out of all financial instruments that they could use. That's not true. There are so many alternatives, including the stock exchange or say issuing corporate bonds, meaning joint stock companies or limited companies could do that. And there are other financial instruments. Reference was made to crowdfunding. Unfortunately, in Moldova, crowdfunding is not usable yet. We are about to finalize the law. And maybe a little bit later, I will go back to crowdfunding. I just wanted to say that financial literacy is so needed, and there are alternatives that could be used. The legislation allows for that. Not only the legislation. The only thing that is needed is willingness of the companies to search for these things. Moreover, given that they know about these alternatives, they just have to apply. Thank you very much, Madam Cornelia. Going back to financial literacy, I would like to challenge you. The ones who are online, please take a pen, think for 30 seconds how many financing instruments you know, and write that number on the paper. And the ones who are in the room, you could also think about it, about this magic number. I hope you managed to write it down. If that number is higher than 8, I can ensure that your financial literacy is higher than the average. If your number is under 8, I think that's a sign that you should go back to the books, online sources, legislation in force, and get documented. Speaking of sources of financing and how they are so diverse and why they are not applicable for everyone, when you decide what financing source you want to use, you need to self-assess yourselves, the business, where you are. Are you a startup, or are you a business with some maturity and you just need finance for your circulating capital? Do you need financing for a short term or a long term? What's the difference? Why do we need to know these things? Because when we assess a long-term financing, we need to take into account the repayment schedule so that it would be related to the future cash flow, so that we don't get into an insolvency situation. Of course, we have investors, banks, non-credit organizations, and other organizations that help and guide us. Also, we talk about business education and how important it is to know about the business plan, not as a bargain on the part of on the shoulders of business operators, but also as a way to assess the payment capacity of every entity that would like to attract some financing sources. Leaving the magic 8 aside, we'll go to the next speaker, Madam Exar, who will speak about financing in the banking sector. Please, Christina. Thank you very much, Lilia, for this introduction. First of all, esteemed audience, dear AmCham members, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to come up with a message first. I would like to greet you on behalf of my EIB team, and we're very grateful for the invitation. I feel honored to be here among the best experts who came together for this event organized by the business environment, and I would like to help with my contribution based on the experience that I had We have an interesting topic, and I thought I would start with a nice proverb. In this, there are two things you can't avoid in this life: death and taxes. I would like to add something. You can't get away from financial institutions either. What do I mean? Financial institutions have a very well-developed infrastructure. Let's admit that they happen in the life of every one of us in all sectors of the economy, from a payment intermediary, like current payments of individuals, local, international trade transactions, to giant data processors that ensures at all levels the security of the state. And it sounds so nice. Individuals and legal entities at a certain stage need to manage their liquidity. To do that, they establish a partnership relationship with financial institutions. How do they do that? If they need funding, they recourse to financial institutions, they get loans or use other instruments. If they have excess liquidity, they start deposits or invest in other instruments. I would like to what Oana said, I would like to confirm actually that indeed financial institutions focus their activity mainly on bank credits, and this is a nicely created financial instrument for individual needs of a client. But as it was said, depending on the sector of the client, which size of company, time period, all these factors need to be taken into account, and then credits are adjusted, and the market fluctuations as well, meaning that the bank produces a bank credit which is very diverse depending on clients. For that, you need to analyze very well what product you are choosing. Is it suitable for you or not? Also, I would like to mention that I don't want to monopolize discussions, but the second most widespread is bank guarantee. That's the second most frequent tool. So we know for economic operators, when they when they take part in tenders, then credit letter and for importers and exporters, and many things could be said. Again, these things have to be analyzed very well. At this stage, each of us is asking themselves a questions, especially entrepreneurs. What do I pick? How do I do that? Where do I go? Do I look towards specialist companies like financial institutions? Or it sounds interesting. I call people with a great heart. I know that there are loans taken from individuals in Moldova currently, from your family and friends. This can happen as a loan on a very low interest rate or a high interest rate, depending on the agreement between the parties. It sounds nice and rational and economically justified, but what's the impact? I can tell you. Speaking of tax, that's deductibility. If the interest rate grows, it will be capped according to the NBM rate under Article 25 of the tax code. The general rule, you all know, Article 24, paragraph 1 of the tax code, expenses should be ordinary and necessary. And if we talk about relations with related people, you need to have a justification of a payment. And losses generated by relations with related people, Article 24, paragraph 7 and 8. Another point is that the company withhold 12% from the interest for individuals according to the tax code. Besides all of that, we have monthly and annual reporting, and that's not the issue. The issue is that companies have to inform at the end of the year, 25th of February of next year about the loans that were granted or received by individuals. Speaking of amounts bigger than 200,000, you can find it in Article 226 of the tax code. It's not difficult for a company. It's harder for the individual and for the accountant. Why is it tougher for individuals? Because there's a saying, well, if you do good, you receive something good. This doesn't work because the tax authority will continue to investigate this topic and will invite the individual to declare what's the source of that money. For that, of course, effort, work, involvement is needed of such people as lawyers, consultants. And it's not very pleasant. Again, please do analyze very well. We, the tax consultants, need to see the entire medical history, so-called. So what does that mean? You need to look from the beginning of a story to the end of a story, like the doctors do. Let's find out the financial diagnosis, meaning where the accounting, the bookkeeping, how was the transaction reflected in bookkeeping accounts, and then according to fiscal rules, we determine the appropriate fiscal treatment. Let's take an example. An entrepreneur contracts a credit, classic bank loan. What will be the first thing? They will focus on the interest rate first and the fees for granting that loan. Say we find the solution, we are happy. All our financial analysis and fiscal analysis is done here. But we do recommend, please analyze the impact. How will this loan reflect in your financial statements over the years to come? To what extent does it affect your liquidity? At this point in time, it affects your assets and liabilities and financial result. How will this be viewed by potential investors? And again, taxes. Do we get any extra taxes to pay? Do accountants have enough documentation to confirm the deductibility of it? Looking at deductibility, accountants gather all documents to confirm where the money was used, and this is a quite difficult process. And I would like to comment on this to make it clear. Financial institutions for financial services, they don't issue tax invoices. Why? It seems to be clear, but we still get a lot of calls. We need a fiscal invoice. We need to submit it to the state tax service. Loan accounting 287 of 2017 allows us, we have a right not to issue a fiscal invoice for financial services, to bring some clarity. And to conclude on what I said, the way a woman picks a suitable dress for her body, in a similar way, an entrepreneur has to find the solution that is suitable to their business. That could be either an instrument that will lead you to bankruptcy and just make even more holes in your bag, and you will meet the collectors at your gate, or it can be a beautiful story. This instrument could be fuel that would propel your business to success. Everything depends on you. To move to another topic, because we face some internal challenges, but it's up to you. It's about your clients and our clients as a financial institution and as taxpayers as well. As you know, year 2021 was the first fiscal period where you had a 3% tax on interest, and it was the first reporting period. During this period, we brought up to the surface, or we found some difficulties that we would like to talk about. One of them is that we believe, as it was mentioned, the population, the citizens, the taxpayers, they are not informed enough, first of all, about this tax, that it's 3% of the interest, and you don't have to submit any additional tax return. In what cases? Another aspect is your tax residency. Not all know how that is established. Speaking of tax residence, we have cases when citizens come, just imagine they come to the bank, there is an employee of the bank in front of them, and they introduce themselves. They show the ID. Lately, most of us have dual citizenship. So let's say they show a foreign passport at the desk. After you apply the appropriate tax regime as a non-resident, because no other documents were presented, people understand that they did it wrong. It was 12% and not 3%. Then they start to bring up other documents like, well, we are citizens, we are domiciled here. And it's quite difficult because, again, you need to make corrections, you need to explain. So we understand that we are also responsible as a financial institution to raise awareness, to inform our clients. We have to do that, and we do. But we also ask for support from the tax service, from the Ministry of Finance, to try to inform people in a systematic manner so that people would be entirely informed what is withheld, how do they have to declare their income. Another aspect is that the YAS report, YAS return was difficult to submit, and that is valid for banks that have big client portfolio. You know that this is a report that brings together information about your employees, about withheld tax from individuals, and it brings all your portfolio of clients that have deposits with their bank. The report was submitted at the right time, correctly, only with the support of representatives from the State Tax Service and representatives of KTIF, for which we are grateful because they responded very quickly. But at the same time, right now, it is impossible to view this report. This makes our activity more difficult, not only for us as a taxpayer, but also for tax officers, the ones that get revenue. So maybe a solution could be found. Maybe we can try to solve this technical issue by maybe modeling another template that would be especially made for financial institutions to report on this type of tax, in order not to mix up salary with the 3% tax, which is quite a large file. I said a lot, and I still have to say a lot of the challenges that we face. There are solutions for them all. I hope we will just manage to find them and solve them. But to conclude, I would like to encourage you as taxpayers, as clients, be up to date with the latest news on the market in terms of financing instruments. Please insist on having a professional consultation for the product that you receive, because together in this way we will be able to develop the financial market in all respects. First of all, through clear and functional legislation. I'm very grateful to the organizers, and I hope we can keep having constructive, proactive communication with AmCham members, with the organizer, and build our relationship with the authorities. Thank you very much. Thank you, Christina. Indeed, the topics you raised are very important and complex on one hand, simple on the other hand, because we all seem to, see the solutions that are at the surface, but implementing them is very difficult. As you can see, the red thread of our today's panel is financial literacy. Without it, it's more difficult to develop profitable, prosperous businesses in Moldova. Going back to my challenge from the last break, I would like to mention some forms of financing that you had, I hope you had in your list. The first one that is, of course, coming to the mind of small businesses or startups, it's either own funds or funds borrowed from family and friends. I'm not talking about advantages or disadvantages. I'll keep it for the next break. Next financing form, most frequent one, is bank loan. Immediately after bank loan, as Juana mentioned from her survey, that is the leasing. After bank loans and leasing, we all want to find on your list issuing stock and bonds, financing from special programs, and there are special programs that don't need to be reimbursed. So you have to be attentive, you have to watch and be informed what programs exist on the market, what industry sectors fall under these programs, and try to be as close as possible to people who know how to benefit from such programs. And then we have venture capitals and branches of venture capital, such in terms of attracting it, simple shares, preferential shares, semi-preferential shares. Again, this is a very complex topic. Unfortunately, in Moldova, as Cornelia mentioned, this financing instrument is not used very much, even though in developed countries like US, UK, actually that's where venture capital comes from. This instrument is widely used, especially in case of startups. And supplier, client credit, and trade loans such as factoring or reverse factoring. That would be one of the most, these are the most popular. Of course, the list is not over here. We have the business angels, could be brought together with loans from friends and family. Also, crowdfunding, how could I forget it? Crowdfunding is, well, it started to develop at the same time with digitalization. Realizing the fact that the online platform could be created where investors could pick their investment portfolio and thus develop or improve the literacy level of the ones who want to invest and the ones who would like to receive funds under rather preferential conditions. And now I would like to give the floor to our colleague Irina Lele, who will speak about financing for OCNs. Thank you.
Добрый день, коллеги. Тема финансирования бизнеса, а также использования.
Thank you, Lilia. The topic of funding the businesses and using various instruments was presented by my colleagues Juana Stanciu and Cristina. Your presentations were very interesting, and they showed clearly some tax situations that might occur in our activity. I can say that non-banking financial companies do not accept deposits. Hence, we are not affected by the issue of taxation of revenues gained from deposits. But our companies have various other tax-related issues because we provide funding to our customers, covering all range of their needs, considering the peculiarities of their activity, be it procurement of a house or development of a business. For each customer, we select the most appropriate product from our portfolio. the non-banking financing sector is developing actively, and one of an important document approved today is the law amending the regulatory framework. These amendments, legal amendments, affected all participants on the financial market because it changed their organic laws that regulate their activity. I would like to say that the legal amendments have not affected significantly our business, but we have to understand those changes in order to make sure that we apply them correctly in our work. As you can see on this slide, could you please put the slide? As you can see, the law was enacted in May 2022. The law that we are discussing in this article is applicable to the application of the limit on the interest rate and other related payments with or without amending the relevant contracts and so on. So we have divided our loans in loans issued before May 29th, and we call them old loans, and loans given after 29th of May, and we call them now new loans. The National Commission for Financial Market issued on 26th of June 2022 a consultative decision that imposes limits for loans issued both before 29th of May and after. So thank you very much for this novelty. So we would like some clarity regarding the rules, how they can be applied to the old loans. So on the slide, you can see an example from the explanations regarding the loans that were given before May 29th. Everything is clear with the explanation, but we have a question. If the loan is repaid before the maturity, should we calculate it according to the rules, initial rules, or should we make the recalculations taking into account the number of days until the early repayment? Another explanation from the explanation issued by the regulator. It shows what we have to do if the loan agreement ended before May 29th, but it has outstanding payments. We have to recalculate the outstanding payment, taking into account the number of days from June 29th until the date when the case was submitted to court. But if we sent the case to court in 2021, for example, and the case was not settled yet, then according to the legislation, so, for example, in our portfolios, we have loans given for different maturities, and most of them are for a period of 3 to 5 years. And the court examination can last for years on such cases. And we have to understand what should be the correct treatment in such cases. There is another situation when the case was not submitted to court, but the repayment date is past due. So, of course, we as a professional have an opinion regarding a way out of the situation, but we understand that our colleagues from other companies might have another opinion. That's why I believe that it would be good to have this issue discussed. also, when the revenue is accrued, is recorded, we have to apply the accounting law and the tax code. According to the new law, we have to limit the revenue at the moment when they exceed, and we don't know when this moment occurs because the loan agreement can be repaid in time, and then we will never have an exceeding. It's possible when the repayment is done before, and then again we will not have an exceeding. That's an ideal situation, but when the repayment come after the due date, then here we might have an exceeding amount. So when it occurs, we just have to stop accruing revenue. So if we're to take a calendar month, let's assume we have 20 days a month of the month we accrue the revenue, and for the remaining 10 days we do not. But if more than 1 month is involved, then there is a possibility that we will not have any exceeding amount. So we have a question: should we calculate this on a monthly basis or on an annual basis? Another thing, the law on accounting stipulates that accounting and financial reporting should be based on the accrual basis. So it means that we cannot comply with these principles because we'll have to either accrue the revenue and then not accrue them. But to comply with the principles, we have to accrue the revenues on a continuous basis and form reserves. Actually, we're already forming reserves that are calculating according to the regulation on the classification of assets of non-banking financing organizations approved by the National Commission on December 16, 2016. If we accrued those exceeding out of So in conclusion, I would like to say that in my presentation, I have raised some issues that I would like to bring clarity. So that's why I invite all participants on the market to have a constructive dialogue. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the possibility to be part of such a wonderful event. I'd like to thank Amcham and my colleagues. Thank you very much. The topic was addressed directly to us. I don't think I'll be able to give an answer to all of the questions right now, because if I try to do so, we will transform TAXCON into a bilateral discussion. Yes, indeed, the law was enforced in 2022. It is compulsory for everyone. What I want to draw your attention to here is that the restrictions, if we can call them restrictions or limitations that were introduced, they apply only to individuals, For legal entities, they are not applicable. There we have crediting done as it was before. Moreover, on September the 1st, another regulation was enacted, a regulation on responsible crediting, which are again applicable only to individuals. This was needed because the population, so let's go back to financial education. The population does not have enough information, is not educated, so they can find themselves at a certain point of time over-debted, and sometimes they can be desperate because, for example, they know that they need money, they go and take a loan without making any calculations or without making a simple analysis that Christina has said, an analysis that is needed, the way that a legal entity makes an analysis when they need capital, when they need liquidities. They analyze to see whether they can afford the loan. And the same type of analysis should be done by an individual. And if the individual does not have the capacity to do it, this should be done by the organization that is providing a loan. This is a must. That is why these measures were introduced. As long as there are some questions regarding how the revenue should be accrued, how these rules should be applied, we are open to discuss these issues, to bring clarity, and to see how to bring all of the activities within the limits of the law. So we are open to discuss with you around the round table and to discuss these issues. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we have prepared these explanatory letters on the basis of the plenty of requests that we received and questions that we received. We tried to cover all of them, but if you still have unanswered questions, we are open to provide more consultancy. Thank you very much. Thank you, the National Commission, for your openness in the communication with non-banking financial institutions. And now we continue with education in business, and I would like to tell you about venture capitals. From the very beginning, so most of the time when we speak about alternative funding, venture capital, business angels, crowdfunding, investors most of the time do not invest in the business itself, but in the business idea. If we speak about startups, they don't have a business yet. They have many of them operate in an area with high levels of volatility. So the risk assumed by an investor to support such a business is much higher compared with traditional funding, because in case of traditional funding, we speak about mature businesses that have collateral. And there is a legislative framework that is enabling both for funders and those that would like to be funded to find information about the eligibility criteria that they have to comply with when they contract a classical credit. In alternative funding, all this burden and lack of information is resolved through direct communication between the funder and those that are seeking financing. And regarding venture capitals, which are funding sources that are specialized to be invested directly in the capital. These are direct capital investments. It has a series of advantages and a series of disadvantages. The most important advantages are the following. Capital investments does not require the repayment of an interest with a rigid frequency. There is no concept of interest in this case, and the dividends are not relevant here as well. In economic terms, dividends appear when there is a surplus of revenue, but when the company is developing, there are no dividends because the extra revenue is reinvested. Usually, the investors in venture capital are minority stakeholders, and they do not have the goal to manage directly the business, but they believe in the idea, and they believe that for a period of 3 to 5 years, they'll be able to get the expected benefits either by selling the shares that they currently have or by increasing the percentage of their participation in that business. And here we speak about complex terminology such as dilution or non-dilution of percentage, preferential shares, semi-preferential shares. And here we have a limitation of the current law because it does not stipulate the whole range of shares that the investors would like to see and to be able to use as a tool to invest in a venture capital project. Thank you very much. We'll continue with the financial education at the next break. And now we'll continue with Mihaela. She will speak about the taxation of these non-traditional instruments. Thank you very much, Lilia. Good morning to everyone. I am glad to be with you today at this important event. Yes, indeed, in the last part of this panel discussion, we'll be speaking about the taxation of alternative financing instruments, which though are not that popular and are not used broadly, at least not in our geographical area, and not as much as we would like them to be used, and not as much as they are used in other regions of the world. They have lots of potential, and for sure, one way or the other, all of the investors might have some connections with them. This presentation will focus on the taxation of these alternative financing instruments. This topic is very important because the alternative financing instruments are very diverse. They differ from one jurisdiction to another. These usually are complex cross-border structures, and the tax obligations depend a lot on the fiscal regime and the legal regime in each jurisdiction. Today, I would like to make a summary of the peculiarities of these alternative financing instruments from the taxation perspective, for us to see what to pay attention to, what are the key elements that we have to take into account from the tax point of view when we are dealing with such a form of alternative financing. On the next slide, so when we speak about alternative business financing instruments, we have quite a broad range of tools. It could be crowdfunding, venture capital, business angels, corporate bonds, or a newer form, blockchain financing. Nevertheless, if we are to make a summary and to analyze their essence, we can see that these are equity financing or financing in the form of a reimbursable loan. From the fiscal perspective, most of the time, the tax implications are of general nature, and there are no specific regulation for each type of financing. As we will see on the next slide, it is important that regardless of whether we speak about crowdfunding or venture capital or other types of financing, we have to take into account a number of features. So in such investments, we have many parties involved. Besides the financing and the entity receiving financing, we also have various intermediaries, investment funds. We could have also quite a complex structure. That is why it is important to identify all stakeholders, not only the parties involved, but other stakeholders that have a certain role to play as well. Also, it is important to identify the countries or jurisdictions involved, countries where various entities reside or where income is sourced from. most of the time, the structures are very complex with cross-border components, and the tax implications will depend on the jurisdictions where the parties reside. For these types of investments, we have also to analyze the tax residence of all parties. I am saying this, and I would like to draw the attention that for such alternative financing forms, there are some entities that we call transparent. They are not fiscal residents. To give a concrete example, we can think about investment funds that, as a rule, are not fiscal residents in any jurisdiction. The well-known partnerships, limited liability partnerships that are very popular in the Anglo-Saxon world, such entities that are involved most of the times in structures like venture capital, crowdfunding, and alternative investments in general, and which can impact the tax implications. Also, the identification of all transaction flows is very important. Here we speak about non-standard structures, maybe. That's why it's extremely important to identify all of the revenues that are paid in relation to a certain transaction. Also, qualification for tax purposes of each form of revenue. So we have to be very careful to see how each form of revenue is treated from a tax purpose. Especially if we speak about structures that cover a number of jurisdictions, it's possible different jurisdictions to qualify to treat differently the same type of revenue, and this increases even more the level of complexity in terms of determining the tax implications. And last but not least, once we have identified the nature of each type of income, we have to see the tax regime for each income flow. And of course, we have also to see if some exemptions are in place. So these impacts they are very important when we analyze the fiscal impact. And regarding the taxes that we have to consider are the direct taxes, profit tax, individual taxes. We also have to analyze from the perspective of those earning the income, from the perspective of those paying, because there is always a complexity, a bigger complexity, especially when we speak about cross-border structures. There can appear different notary fees, capital taxes, or equity taxes, or other types of taxes, depending on the national legislation of each of the country. And on this slide, we can see the principles that have to be considered compared with traditional financing. So, as we have said earlier, it is important to say that here we speak about a much more complex transaction chain in the relation between the investor, the person that is offering funding, and the person that is receiving funding. In between, there is an investment vehicle. It can be an investment fund or an IT company. It depends on the national regulation in each jurisdiction. And this is a typical structure if we speak about crowdfunding or venture capital, which are the most popular among startups, as we have seen, as we are seeing now. Also, in such structures, there is an intermediary. It can be the crowdfunding platform or crowdfunding service provider or fund managers in case of venture capital. Usually there are many intermediaries that are involved in this transaction flow, which increases even more the complexity level from the tax purposes. Regarding the investment vehicle, it is important to say that indeed it brings benefits. Oftentimes, such entities are non-transparent, that are not taxed. All of the revenue, all the income is taxed when they reach the investors. Other tax regulations do not ensure proper and detailed and specific provisions regarding the taxation of such tools. Actually, it's possible to have situation when the existence of such transparent entities to generate higher tax costs and to have a higher taxation level. That's why I believe it's very important for the tax legislation to clearly regulate the treatment that is applicable to fiscal transparent entities in line with the best international practices, because at the level of OECD there are international practices which show the standard treatments regarding the treatment to the taxation of such transparent structures. Another very important element is the beneficial owner, which is used to avoid the double taxation and to obtain a more favorable tax regime. As this is complex structures involving investment vehicles, in order to benefit of a proper tax treatment and avoid double taxation, it is important to know in some situation information about the beneficial owner, a situation that for such structure could be quite difficult to identify in certain cases.
This is another aspect we need to consider. Very important elements are also the regulation aspect. So, because they can determine the structure of financing, depending on the way contractual relationships are established between the parties, and they can influence the tax treatment. Another specific element is, even though we talk about capital financing or debt instrument financing, another thing that's important that I want to highlight, quite popular, is that in alternative financing, convertible features elements are used. For instance, debt instruments convertible into shares. And if they are not well regulated, the tax or accounting consequences could lead to adverse tax effects. Last but not least, we talk about complex structures that potentially could be participating with many intermediaries in between. So the tax planning aspects versus economic substance are very important because along the time, certain optimization was tried from tax perspective, but there is stronger focus now on economic substance at the international level. And for this reason, we always need to be careful that every implemented structure would have economic substance in order not to be appealed and not to generate adverse tax effects. I think we could move, yes, to summarize. In principle, as I was saying before, there should be some framework. We should have a framework for type of financing, either equity financing or borrowing financing. And the tax effects are usually standard. So if we talk about equity financing, we should consider dividend tax, a potential capital gain on, we should take into account an exit tax or some parafiscal tax like stamp duties that could happen in various countries. On the other hand, looking at borrowing financing, of course, taxation of financing income is important. Financing at the level of investor at the time when they get the income, but also withholding tax at company level, if this is a structure, especially cross-border organization. Last but not least, as I said previously, for traditional financing, we need to consider the interest deductibility at the level of the entity that is borrowing. The taxation rule, as we see them at international level, are usually general, but certain exemptions or special regulations could happen for venture capital. If we think, for instance, of corporate bonds, there could be some exemptions or preferential regimes in order to encourage such structures. I think this is what I had to say on taxation. But in order to, I would like to move to the next slide so that I can fit in the time. And a summarize of the areas that we should focus on when we talk about taxation of alternative financing instruments. What we should remember. Next slide, please. And instead of conclusions, as I said, when we talk about taxation, we depart, first of all, from the legislative framework, from accounting rules, and only then we get to taxation. That's why the existence of a legislative framework is essential in order to ensure predictability of tax effects, especially since such alternative financing instruments could be quite complex and difficult to fit in under legislation that is not adapted to such modern financing instruments. The jurisdictions involved influence the tax implications and the tax costs of such financing. Even though the Central and Eastern European markets are not most developed, it can often happen that an entity gets financing from such markets where the instruments are much more popular. For instance, in technology, we see a lot of examples or many situations where investors get financed from the Netherlands, from the US. As I was saying, it can often have a cross-border effect and serious tax implications. The market where you get financing determines the rights and obligations structured and the tax implications for a specific form of financing. And these investment vehicles that I was mentioning before, they're tax transparent entities. It's essential to have legislation that regulates clearly the tax regime applicable to such entities. In Romania, there was a period where the tax regime to such entities was not clearly regulated, and in some situations that could lead to the situation that some structures had to couldn't use some instruments and prevent them from reaching their full potential. So tax regulation is very important. I remember actually quite recently, it's quite popular to have these instruments safe in the US, and they become popular in the European region as well. they are some instruments with convertible elements. The convertible financing, depending on fulfilling certain or attaining certain performance indicators. And in our regulations, I found that you could get to a significant tax impact only because there is no specific regulation of such instruments. Last but not least, tax planning and economic substance aspects are very important to make sure that potential tax benefits that could be obtained from such structures, or let's say potential benefits from financing, are not counteracted by risks coming from aggressive tax practices. And such aspects are very topical at European level and at world level as well. Briefly, these are the main areas we should consider from a perspective of taxation of alternative financing instruments. As I said at the beginning, this is a very generous subject, and every form of financing, every contract, every structure has to be analyzed individually, specifically in every case, in order to determine what's the tax effect and how a potential optimization could be achieved. The ones who listened attentively and wrote down the main differences between taxation of equity capital and borrowing financing, you certainly were careful to how you were attentive to understand how important it is to have a regulatory framework and the transfer these alternative instruments from the category of exotic instruments to the ones that could be used more often in the current business environment. Now I would like to give the floor to our special guest, Madam Cornelia Kozlowski, to make a summary of the non-banking market development. I would like to start by saying that I am excited and honored to attend today's event. I will highlight, or I will start from the last speech about tax facilities, because these are this is the topic that is closer to us now. It's very fresh. It's important, as the lady was saying, that every enterprise or every individual, when they want to obtain some financing, it's important for them to understand what are their needs. They should start from there to see what alternative financing source would be most suitable. Is it a bank loan, non-banking loan? Is it an alternative source on capital market? Financial instruments? Is it an investment in stock? Is it corporate bonds? Is it investment into local authorities bond or state securities, or and so on and so forth? I will not list them all now, but I would like to highlight that the regulatory framework is developed and functional, both for the traditional banking and non-banking loans that we know, and from alternative sources. The laws of 2020, our legislation was adapted to the EU legislation. Since 2020, are adapted to the EU legislation in terms of collective investment funds, and but they are not used, even though the optional pension fund, including the tax facilities, are used to the largest extent, but the incomes are taxed at 0 rate. And there is another benefit for the ones who could make payments to private pension schemes. They have up to 15% of the salary, of a gross salary is deductible. We would like for this facility to be valid for collective investment vehicles to propel the investment market. I would like to mention that over the last months, my colleagues from the institution that I lead worked a lot on the law on crowdfunding. We hope it's just a home stretch. It was shared with our colleagues at the Ministry of Economy. Here, we want to bring crowdfunding into the legal framework for it to be an alternative to the financing sources. And we also would like a single set of rules to be developed, applicable for developers, investors, and for providers of crowdfunding services. In terms of tax facilities, we provided for it. We'll see if the Parliament accepts or not the suggestions we came up with. So we said, no matter whether it is an investment through borrowing or through securities, or so depending whether it's the investment fund or a developer, we want to have to make sure that it is applicable similar to the case with the bank loan interest or corporate bonds. By the way, the interest is 3%. We would like to apply it in this case as well. Maybe not everyone is aware, but the interest rate when you issue corporate bonds, the ones who invest here, the interest is equal and applied similarly to bank loans. So it's a good alternative to invest money now that you have in something else. Another thing I wanted to mention is that crowdfunding services to be VAT exempt. This is another suggestion, some aspects that I wanted to mention, and we, of course, have to wait until the law is finally approved. We really wish to develop the capital market, either through issuance of stock or corporate bonds, because only by investing in the capital market we can have a stronger economy, and we will feel how beneficial this is. However, all these financing sources have their own benefits and their risk profile, of course, which has to be considered by any investor, any person that applies for such financing instruments. I think that is my conclusion. Thank you very much, Madam Cornelia. I would like to thank all participants to this panel. I hope now that everyone who watches us online or in the room learned at least some new instruments that they can remember. And another topic that is, of course, very important is financial literacy. And to conclude this panel, I would like to answer the question, where's the money? There is money. There was and there will be money. Everyone who needs a financing source have to understand, realize what funding source they want, to understand the advantages and disadvantages, to be very well documented on tax aspects of all these financing instruments. Thank you very much, and hopefully we'll meet again at our next events.
Lumea din jur se schimbă și tu ești în continuă mișcare. Deschizi drumuri noi, conectând oameni și idei. Te miști simplu și ușor, investind pasiune în tot ceea ce faci. Vrei să urci mai sus ca să vezi cât mai departe.
Atât de simplu și ușor.
Iar noi îți suntem aproape, orice ai face, oriunde te-ai afla. Maib, împreună, la nivelul următor.
This isn't the world you grew up in. You've become an expert in areas of the business that go well beyond tax. Your organization is more global, increasingly digital. Your business models are more complex. Compliance is getting complicated, and penalties are more severe. Governments around the world have moved towards taxes that are easier to collect and administer through technology. Suddenly, your board wants to hear from you about risks and opportunities, and you're not the tax leader you were when you started out. You know how to transform your tax data into meaningful insights. And if you're anything like the other ambitious, future-thinking tax leaders out there, you've managed to do all of this with fewer resources and less budget. Maybe these tools still feel disconnected from one another. Not anymore. Introducing KPMG Digital Gateway, the single platform solution that gives you access to the full suite of KPMG tax and legal technologies you use. Across our global network, we are investing $5 billion over 5 years in technology, people, and innovation to accelerate the digital transformation of KPMG firms and our clients, and more than $1 billion in tax and legal technology specifically in that period. KPMG Digital Gateway puts the fruit of our investments at your fingertips, bringing together the expertise of alliances, technology solutions, and the KPMG global network of professionals into one integrated platform. Putting our investments in machine learning, deep analytics, visualizations, and AI technologies in one place, all driven by the rich data you already have on hand, powered by Microsoft Azure, built on the cloud. KPMG Digital Gateway and the teams behind the solutions are working together to help change the lives of tax leaders and their teams, redefining target operating models and transforming tax functions for the new world order. You've done so much already. Just imagine what the future of tax will be with a platform like this behind you.
Mergem? Mulțumesc mult pentru apel. Voiam să...
Vorbim mai târziu. Chiar dacă ai conexiune bună, nu neapărat să stai mereu conectat. Iar atunci când ai nevoie, alege internet de la Orange pentru mai multe beneficii. Orange.
Mazars is a leading international audit, tax, and advisory firm. Founded in Europe, we are now present in over 90 countries and territories around the world. Our workforce of over 44,000 professionals, including more than 28,000 in our integrated partnership and 16,000 via the Mazars North America Alliance, is dedicated to assisting clients of all sizes at every stage in their development. Corporate responsibility and sustainability have become important foundations of business performance. As auditors and business advisors, our mission has never been so compelling. We help businesses and public institutions operate confidently and grow responsibly through a broad range of high-quality audits, tax, accounting, consulting, and advisory services. Mazars has always been guided by founding principles to act responsibly in the public interest and for future generations. We take this commitment seriously, walking the talk, investing in what matters for our people, our clients, and society, moving forward with renewed purpose and confidence. Growing with purpose.
Lumea din jur se schimbă și tu ești în continuă mișcare. Deschizi drumuri noi, conectând oameni și idei. Te miști simplu și ușor, investind pasiune în tot ceea ce faci. Vrei să urci mai sus ca să vezi cât mai departe.
Atât de simplu și ușor.
Iar noi îți suntem aproape, orice ai face, oriunde te-ai afla. Maib, împreună, la nivelul următor.
This isn't the world you grew up in. You've become an expert in areas of the business that go well beyond tax. Your organization is more global, increasingly digital. Your business models are more complex. Compliance is getting complicated, and penalties are more severe. Governments around the world have moved towards taxes that are easier to collect and administer through technology. Suddenly, your board wants to hear from you about risks and opportunities, and you're not the tax leader you were when you started out. You know how to transform your tax data into meaningful insights. And if you're anything like the other ambitious, future-thinking tax leaders out there, you've managed to do all of this with fewer resources and less budget. Maybe these tools still feel disconnected from one another. Not anymore. Introducing KPMG Digital Gateway, the single platform solution that gives you access to the full suite of KPMG tax and legal technologies you use. Across our global network, we are investing $5 billion over 5 years in technology, people, and innovation to accelerate the digital transformation of KPMG firms and our clients, and more than $1 billion in tax and legal technology specifically in that period. KPMG Digital Gateway puts the fruit of our investments at your fingertips, bringing together the expertise of alliances, technology solutions, and the KPMG global network of professionals into one integrated platform. Putting our investments in machine learning, deep analytics, visualizations, and AI technologies in one place, all driven by the rich data you already have on hand, powered by Microsoft Azure, built on the cloud. KPMG Digital Gateway and the teams behind the solutions are working together to help change the lives of tax leaders and their teams, redefining target operating models and transforming tax functions for the new world order. You've done so much already. Just imagine what the future of tax will be with a platform like this behind you.
Mergem? Mulțumesc mult pentru apel. Voiam să...
Vorbim mai târziu. Chiar dacă ai conexiune bună, nu neapărat să stai mereu conectat. Iar atunci când ai nevoie, alege internet de la Orange pentru mai multe beneficii. Orange.
Mazars is a leading international audit, tax, and advisory firm. Founded in Europe, we are now present in over 90 countries and territories around the world. Our workforce of over 44,000 professionals, including more than 28,000 in our integrated partnership and 16,000 via the Mazars North America Alliance, is dedicated to assisting clients of all sizes at every stage in their development. Corporate responsibility and sustainability have become important foundations of business performance. As auditors and business advisors, our mission has never been so compelling. We help businesses and public institutions operate confidently and grow responsibly through a broad range of high-quality audits, tax, accounting, consulting, and advisory services. Mazars has always been guided by founding principles to act responsibly in the public interest and for future generations. We take this commitment seriously, walking the talk, investing in what matters for our people, our clients and society, moving forward with renewed purpose and confidence, growing with purpose.
Bună ziua! Numele meu este Dragoș.
Hello, I am Dragoș Doroș, and I'd like to welcome you to our next panel. It is about digitalizing tax relationships. I would like to start by presenting the participants to this panel. My role is to introduce them, to moderate the discussions, and to let them tell you really interesting things about digitalizing tax relations, which is a new and omnipresent subject, maybe too present, and it's impossible for it not to concern us. So if you want to take a step back and have an overview, we're living now through the third great revolution that humanity goes through. Like starting from 10 years ago, from the agricultural revolution, and 200 years ago, the industrial revolution, we are now living through the third great revolution that will change humanity to the same extent that the first two changed it. This is the revolution of digitalization, of the revolution of information. To bring up an example of how the world changes, I recall I took part in an international conference on the same topic where a speaker showed on the screen an announcement from the Berlin Expo from 1999, and they were seeing entering the 20th century through that announcement, showing bicycles with helixes, showing people who were flying on some chairs with some flames behind. This is how they imagined the next century would look like. None of those things happened, but we have many other things that happened, and maybe the change was even more radical than those ladies and gentlemen who drew that poster imagined. With great achievements in the civilization, many economic transformation happen, many occupations disappear, but also new occupations arise that we never knew. A bit earlier, I was talking to my colleagues that I am more experienced than my mother, who was an accountant all her life. She never imagined that her son would make a living of tax consultancy, because before 1989 there were no taxes in Romania. So they appeared, and this is what we do. My daughter is 14. I have no idea what job she will have, what she will do. It's too early to say now. But every change, especially unavoidable changes, have to be viewed with optimism and hope, because they are a step forward. Maybe not so easy to take, maybe they're a bit tough, but they are a step forward. We have to deal with this change. We have to understand what this is about and make the right movement. So let's start and discuss concrete things that happen or will happen. And the panelists you can see in front of you, depending on the, well, I have to introduce them as follows. Mr. Iurie Cicibaba, you know him. He's one of yours. He was one colleague of ours at KPMG, with me and Inga here, actually. He created his own consultancy company. He also worked in the public sector. If I'm not mistaken, he was deputy minister, head of a cabinet of Minister of Finance, the person who everyone knows with an extensive experience and quite present in the field of taxation in Moldova. Then, by my side, you can see Inga Tsigai, colleague of mine from KPMG, but she's from here, from Moldova. Even though we're colleagues, she has a title that I don't know. She's tax technology and tax and legal technology leader, KPMG in Romania. Or how she was introducing herself to David earlier. She's a digitalization enthusiast. In KPMG, she deals with all things like that. She will share interesting things with you. On the right, we have Mr. David Smith, who is a Moldovan of yours in a way, because he has been living here for a long time now. He's the founder and chairperson of the management board of the Alliance of Small Enterprises of Moldova. He has some businesses in Moldova and is actively present. I can say that because last year during this event, he was also here. And last but not least is Madam Victoria Dolghi, Deputy Director of the State Tax Service. I feel in a way that I should introduce her as a colleague, because I also worked in the public sector of the tax administration in Romania. So I think we are on the same wavelength, and Madam Dolghi is here to present the official expertise, if you want, or the official position and the intentions that the tax administration of Moldova has regarding the topics we will discuss here, or aspects that she believes are important to be mentioned. I will not take much longer. Having said that, let's move to concrete things. The first speaker, Mr. Cicibaba. Please, Iurie. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this panel to talk about e-commerce and issues that e-commerce is facing every day in the Republic of Moldova. From taxation perspective, logistics, the issue that started in 2020, no one was prepared for that, for such a demand for such services of e-commerce. And the issues that the business associations and businesses faced were to document processes of delivering merchandise to individuals on demand. Happily, the tax code was amended, and they they withdrew this requirement for tax invoice for every delivery. Together with AmCham and this entrepreneurs, with everyone's support, this amendment was implemented and this issue was solved. At the same time, we should not forget about export logistics because there are some aspects to be considered there. And here, export logistics, the major issue in e-commerce is that about 30% of all small parcels were sent back. This is a usual thing, and that's an issue that still exists. Is the obligation to pay VAT for that domestic Moldovan product. You get the possibility to not pay VAT only based on a confirmation from the state tax service. But it gets to the customs or DHL or another institution like Pošta Moldova, the post office. Before it gets customs clearance and not to pay VAT once more, you have to run to the state tax service, physically, unfortunately, really run, and ask for a confirmation that the VAT for this good that comes back was not refunded. Speaking of the practice that exists for small and medium enterprises, yes, VAT is refunded, but based on a request. Small companies don't get this VAT refund every month. They apply for it once in a quarter or twice a year or once a year when the amount to be refunded is significant. And as a result, most of these parcels, they don't need this confirmation VAT is not refunded. And from another point of view, is the good is returned, it's a domestic good. If it is delivered on the local market, we will pay VAT and show it. Here, if it is possible, and in the tax policy of 2023, we will exclude this obligation to submit this certificate to AmCham, developed some suggestions coming up with possibilities to solve it. Another interesting aspect, talking about electronic products or electronic services provided abroad, overseas, because the market is over there. We are a small country, so we'll get more income if we export more. And again, the tax code states clearly that a tax invoice does not have to be provided. Everything is welcome, but to refund the VAT, that's where we have a problem. You have to confirm the fact that a person received the service or the subscription or something by means of a signature, digital or traditional one. Why? Because when the person pays that by banking card and you have a confirmation of payment, the international payment system says that if the person does not receive a service, they do a very simple thing. They don't even have to contact the entrepreneur. They write on the website, and then they write to the bank and saying, sorry, I haven't received that service. I want a charge back. And the bank will cancel the transaction. And there we've got the question. We have a field of services that we develop, like electronic services that we would like to export. And then we face this issue of confirmation. Talking about like small software, which is $5, costs $5, no one will go and say, please confirm by digital signature that you received it. No, such sales happen once a month, and let's say it's 1,000 copies of the software was sold in 1 month. And it would be okay because we understand, and AmCham can provide the expertise and help how we could adjust either the regulation on refunding or make amendments to the tax code, which would help and encourage the development of such services. And then there is another problem here, because in reality, we look at e-commerce, there is a major type of expenditure, and that is promotion expenditure. At least the practice shows, and colleagues working in this field confirm that 30% of the monthly sales they pay for promotion services like marketplace, advertising, Google Ads, Instagram. So this takes at least 30% of their income. You have to reinvest it in the same months in order to have such sales. And here, if you talk about companies that are fully focused on experts, they have an issue of import of services because the changes that happened in the last 3 years on paying VAT on import of services led us to the situation that for companies working on the territory of Moldova, which have deliveries on the territory of Moldova, such VAT for import of services does not influence the cash flow. It does not influence payments. It doesn't influence the state because the state gets money when they have to get money from the ones that are not VAT payers. They have to pay VAT for imports until the 25th of the next month. But it happens to the ones who export all the time. They don't have incoming VAT, but they are obliged to pay VAT for import of services. Let's say I pay 30% as import of services and 20% as VAT is extra 10% to the state. And after the request that I write, let's say once in 6 months, I will get a refund. And in this case, my costs when I have such sales, I think I credit the state. What for? Well, international practice says that import, the VAT for import of services, as we can ask colleagues in from Romania, VAT, import VAT is not paid. It's only reflected both on debit and credit side. But in our case, we have a tax burden that influences us, and people have to invest money additionally in order to pay this VAT for import of services. These major tax issues that happen. Another problem, and I think David will talk about it, this is the issue of sales when I go and I need to have 2 terminals on me. Speaking of courier, I need to come to a client with 2 terminals. One, if they want to pay by card, and the secondly is for me to issue a tax receipt. Otherwise, I cannot give him the merchandise. So in reality, well, tax code government decision 141 provides for the possibility of digital fiscal receipts, and we are looking forward to see the solution implemented. Because in reality, carrying all the time, like these 2 terminals, half a kilo each, and a box of goods that you deliver in the 21st century, raises questions when the smartphone could be the solution and the only thing you need. Because you know that we started or want to start to import terminals that are connected to the cell phone, and they don't take a separate post terminal to accept bank cards. Businesses are moving forward, and the situation when, because of problems with our neighbors, we are under a state of emergency. Yesterday, we heard from the President of the Parliamentary Commission for Economy, Budget and Finance, a confirmation that we are ready, or representatives of the state are ready to take a risk. Why? We, during this state of emergency, wouldn't take a risk and implement a temporary solution to test things. So if talking about IT solutions, the best testing and confirmation, people always ask for feasibility study, proof of concept. And speaking of IT solutions, best testing is live testing. We have all preconditions to test a solution and understand what mistakes could happen and what mistakes we could avoid and remove, and then adjust the legislation. Say the piloting is over, these are the requirements for the system, how it has to be adjusted, and these are requirements to the economic operators that will use it. I think this is a good solution to test and change the approach, at least this year.
situații excepționale și probleme excepționale. Eu ca fost funcționar public din România, doamna Dolghin, doar un minut.
Yes, there are
Vreau să spun că
exceptional situations. I would like to say that unfortunately, like in any other country, the most developed one, even the state, the government is always one step behind the business, because that's natural. But maybe this is for the better, because the state should take measures which are appropriate for the business environment. I've also studied the issue of tax administration and the government's position, and I remember that a good example of tax administration is the one from Australia. And if you are to check their website to see their mission, you can see that among the first ones is that they need to be to bring a value added for the business. And to do so, the first action that they have to do is not to take the taxpayers' money. They have this concept. They explain that the taxpayers' money, which stays in the pocket of tax authorities, stop the economy. Hence, their main goal is to establish as soon as possible the money that has to be returned and to return it as soon as possible so that money circulates in the economy. In Romania, like in Moldova and like in many other countries, businesses move quicker than tax authorities.
Eu am citit. Bine, să știți, îmi cer scuze. Stați.
So, thank you for your comment. The tax authority is very much interested for all of the actions to move on the electronic platform. We have adjusted some costs in this regard. We know that in a digital world, working on paper is not appropriate anymore. It will be a deviation from the rapid lifestyle that we currently have. To give an example, the issuance of a certificate that proves whether a certain business had the VAT reimbursed or not. I'll have to clarify whether this is on paper or not, but I want to say that if the taxpayer sends the application electronically, it will be reviewed electronically for sure. And I have to check whether the law stipulates that the certificate should be issued on paper necessarily or not. We believe that it could be a good idea to issue it electronically as well. As far as I understand, the most difficult stages and the most time-consuming stages involve paperwork. We would like to optimize this process because our goal is to streamline our workflows so that taxpayers do not have to spend time for bureaucratic stuff. Regarding improvement, the process of issuing electronic tax receipts, we are working on the module of electronic monitoring of sales. All stages of trade are planned to be connected to the electronic system of the tax authority. We have to see to what extent businesses have submitted applications to be connected to the software, because in this process, the Center for International Technologies in Finance is involved. The Center of Technologies in Finance is working on the practical side. I want to say that this year was a challenging year for us as well, because we had to test some equipments for some specific types of activities. For example, for business entities that are selling oil products, we had a challenge there. We had some difficulties, but I can confirm that this difficulty has been overcome already. We have equipment for that type of activity, and respectively, we have a number of requests now to certify a number of cash machines, cash registers. I would like to reiterate that the goal of the tax authorities is to streamline the work. All of the suggestions made by Mr. Chichibaba will be reviewed by us. And I also confirm our openness to have a kind of pilot project to see how this is implemented in practice, for us to be able to anticipate some changes that might occur in the future, or problems that are already encountered by some businesses. I think we will have some additional discussions on this topic, because I confirm one more time, our position is to facilitate the business and their work, and this facilitates the work of the tax authority as well. And you have full support of the state tax authority in this regard. Yes, this is very important. Thank you very much. And before continuing with the following speaker, we'll see why transition for digital should not be that quickly, because on paper we have the correct number and on digital the name is not correct. So we have to move in small steps. We have to think it well before we continue. My apologies for not reading out your name correctly. I have repaired my mistake. I will continue with my colleague Kinga Tsigai. She will be speaking about the electronic monitoring of sales and other relevant digital technologies. Thank you. I'm very glad that we met in Chișinău. I left the Republic of Moldova 22 years ago to study in Romania. Then I started to experiment various jobs. And eventually, though I graduated finance and banks, I found my place in tax consultancy area. I needed a lot of time to explain to my friends and acquaintances why I'm a tax consultant, not an accountant, what I do the whole day, and why do my customers pay me, what do I deliver to them. In 2011, when I was working in a consultancy office, I understood that people would work much better and quicker if they used more technology. And I was kind of infected by this virus of technology, and I reoriented towards various projects related to technologies. And today I would like to make a step back so that we do not fail to see the whole tree the whole forest by focusing on one tree only. So what is happening worldwide, and who is winning this competition, the taxpayer or the tax authority? So here in our part of Europe, we do not see the slides. I don't know why the point. Oh, okay, it was too quick. Let's go back. Too far. It has a small delay. So my point, the technology is very tricky. So you can see the map. It's another type of map. It shows the digitalization of tax authorities worldwide. And I started with this because currently each country is at a different level of development in terms of digitalizing public administration. I was discussing with a colleague in Norway yesterday, and he told that the Norwegian tax authority won the bronze prime after Microsoft and Google being the most innovative company, and you wouldn't have expected that to hear such words as innovations and digital transformation, and with all of the technology trends in a state, in a public institution. So analyzing these categories on the map, I remember the technology we used to have 19 years ago, the floppy disk that we had to submit to the tax authority or the social insurance authority together with some paper. After that, the electronic submission of returns, as we currently do from the laptop, a computer, or automatically from our PRP systems. And now slowly we are migrating to another area of electronic accounting, where the trend is not only to send some information at the end of a certain period, waiting one might have a tax inspection within the following 5 years, but to send more data to tax authority at the granular level. In some countries where taxation is more aligned with accounting, for example, in France, this goes smoother and quicker. They do not need a lot of philosophy. They send their files to the tax authority of France. They can understand very quickly what is good, what is not so good, and how they manage their accounting and tax policies in each company. In other countries where things are a bit more complex, we have many more records. If we are to analyze the OECD 2.0 standard and the tax audit file, this standard stipulates 800 compulsory lines, and it is at the discretion of each country to adjust the standard to their local legislation. Romania, when transposing this standard, has decreased this number to 253 lines. What is happening at the next level of digitalization of the tax authority? Well, it's a good question. What countries does it apply at? And my answer to this question is not if it will be applied, but when it will be applied, because now we're much more transparent. Our personal data are so available, and the question is how to manage this big data. So obviously the tax authority can do that via the agency of some data processing and analysis centers on the basis of some risk indicators that currently are being done manually or semi-automatically. And when the data volume is disseminated horizontally in the whole ecosystem, then of course we can not limit ourselves only to the information submitted by one taxpayer, but we have to analyze the whole ecosystem to see whether at the other side the partner is as correctly as I am. We can discuss a lot here about the availability to invest in this experiment. If we speak about small or mid-sized business, and our culture, which is a bit more Balkanic, to put it like this, of complying with the tax liabilities, especially when we feel that the tax authority is not actually our partner. And as we have discussed during the break, when we start up a business, we want it to grow and to be able to sleep well during the nights. We would like it to be correct, and when our competitors are not honest, we cannot be competitive. Hence, to reach level 5, when the tax authority calculates who and how much should pay, would free us from these problems that many of us are dealing with in the private sector when they try to be honest, but their competitors are not that honest, are not playing by the same rules.
Slide-ul 2, vă rog. Pe o poză mai detaliată față de ce am povestit.
This is a more detailed picture. So I would like to focus here on this paradigm shift and the disruptive, but not from the perspective of the tax authority, but from the perspective of what Dragoș was saying, what is happening in what is waiting for us in the future. The position of a tax consultant will not disappear. The position of accountant will not disappear. I believe that when we see that a tax authority is reaching level 2 or level 3, the role that we'll have will be a mix of competencies between technical knowledge and digital knowledge. You will not be able to externalize fully this service and have a dedicated IT guy or a dedicated IT company, because without digital competencies, you'll not be able to take some business decisions. And you know, all of us are searching for answers, but if we do not ask the right questions, we will not get the right answer. Digital competence does not mean that we'll have to produce a software or to program it. No, it means that we need to be able to understand it and to be able to search the information that we need. And now, so you see, digitalization is gaining terrain. Yes, I've learned how to operate it, the third attempt. And now I would like to tell you what is happening in Romania. I will not present you all of the details regarding the e-invoicing in Romania. My goal is to show you the general picture, to show you another trend at the world level, this globalization. And we have felt globalization in any other areas, such as social media. We use the services from other countries, the platforms from other countries. We take over some trends very easily. But I would say that this e-invoicing in Romania is a proof that trends are the same in fiscality area as well. Why? Because these standards of submitting the invoices, the details that should be included in the e-invoice are in line with some international standards. What does it mean for a business? It means that you are much more scalable. It means that it will be easier for you to move with your business in another country, because the taxation language from the other country will not be that foreign to you. The procedures will not be that different, will not have that much of a disruptive impact, and it will be easier for you to comply with the requirements in another country. And this makes me very optimistic, because in Romania, we had an inbound business, meaning companies from other countries coming to Romania, opening a branch office in Romania, and somehow this created a certain market. And now what we can see is that they try to go to other jurisdictions already, and I respect that. And this scalability using the fiscality and reporting rules is very welcome, because it makes them be much more connected with enterprises in other countries, with the businesses that they want to develop. Indeed, in Romania, we have this advantage of European economic space, this freedom of capital, of labor, of business is much bigger. We hope that soon you will have the same opportunities in the Republic of Moldova as well. So, as an enthusiastic of and very much interested in digitalization, I chose this topic, but I want to find out from my colleagues, how do you see things in your daily work? And maybe Victoria, you could tell us in what year you think Moldova reaches level 4 of digital tax authority? As a rule, I am an optimistic person, maybe too optimistic sometimes, but here, as I represent the tax authority, I will not name a specific year, but what I can tell you now is that the main trend of the tax authority now is to digitalize and streamline processes, focusing on interconnections and e-inspections. So we would like to have this implemented as well. Yes, I confirm that we are at an initial stage yet, but the e-invoice has been implemented in the Republic of Moldova and is being continuously developed. We try to optimize the processes to make them more comfortable for taxpayers. We receive recommendations for improvement on a continuous basis, and but the technical equipment has some peculiarities and limitations, as we've seen today, by the way. But nevertheless, we will focus and will continue this trend. E-invoice will be a priority. The Republic of Moldova has its own development rate, has its trend, and we believe in Moldova in documents on paper. But the recent amendment that we have approved was met with some reluctance. The use of e-invoice for VAT payers, because until now they had to print on paper the invoices. They had the possibility to issue e-invoice, but they had the obligation to print it on paper. But starting with this summer, now they cannot buy special forms for invoices, and we did this in order to encourage movement of electronic documents, because as long as we maintain this practice of allowing them to print invoices on paper, we saw that the rate of digitalization was not that high. But also we believe that a VAT payer should have a computer or an internet. It's not possible to be a VAT payer unless you have reached this stage. Yes, initially we had some resistance, but this change was made for the benefit of taxpayers, and for sure this problem will be overcome in time. There is a saying, who wants a change? Everybody raise their hands. Who wants to make the change, starting with him or herself? Nobody raises their hand. Yes, you're right. So as I've said, one of the goals of the tax authority is to improve the administration process, to have all of the applications submitted electronically, the correspondence to be electronically as well. But nevertheless, we'll give priority not only to submit the application electronically and to get an answer electronically, but to generate certificates electronically as well. Yes, it will be a kind of self-service. We do have now some technical impediments, but with the support of the authority, that is providing the maintenance of our system. We will overcome these issues. We apologize for the difficulties that might have been caused by these technical impediments, but I reiterate our main trend to digitalize as much as possible the processes. I can tell you, when I used to work in the Romanian tax administration, when in mass media, at the end of the year, or on the 25th of the month, or at the end of the quarter, when everybody had to submit declarations, the journalist would make a lot of articles and feature articles with the people queuing up to submit the reports, and they were fighting them. Why we stay here for hours to submit a report? And I worked there, and I invited someone and asked how much of the declarations are digitalized. More than 90%, the answer was. And why do people queue up? Because people prefer to come and submit it on paper, because they want to have it sealed and put in the file. And to solve this problem, we issued an order and we prohibited the use of paper reports. The journalist made other 2 news reports with people who were angry for not being able to queue up and submit those reports on paper. And then this topic disappeared from the media light. So what I want to say is that in an ideal world, but in countries like Norway or Sweden or Australia, a tax authority does not come and bother any company which is an ideal company. So when we have these 2 entities with a perfect behavior, they never meet each other. Why? Because a company that has all of the business of fiscalized sends all of the tax and financial data to the tax authority, and the tax authority has all of this data from the company and from the company's partners. They know everything about the risks, about the transactions, and they do not have any reasons to bother the company. The tax inspections that are happening in Romania every 3rd or every 5th year are a disaster for the business, because if a business that made an error unintentionally, and this unintentional error is identified, is discovered by a team of inspectors, and a fine is applied, this is a disaster for the business. And it shouldn't be like that. The role of the tax authority is to help, to advise, to guide. The style of the Netherlands is that the institution of negotiation is legalized even for the tax inspectors. Means if they find an error, they have the authority to negotiate a remedy, because this effect of applying sanctions immediately has a disastrous impact on businesses, and in the long run, the main goal of the tax authorities will not be achieved, to collect taxes. With your permission, I would like to congratulate our tax authorities. If we are speaking about e-invoice, if in Romania it was implemented from recently, we implemented it 8 years ago. Okay, it was not fully used by businesses. They had some problems. They said it's not user-friendly, and there are problems. There is always someone who is not happy and satisfied with a novelty introduced. The personal cabinet where I can delegate all of my rights, reporting, initiate an invoice. In the past 2 or 3 years, the tax authority made a huge step forward. So we need to be proud for that and congratulate for that. Yes, we acknowledge what was done, and we need forces to continue. Yes, there are always situations to be improved or areas to be improved. The only suggestion that we have is for the tax authority to start analyzing the data that they collect. So if we speak about a person who is submitting reports, we understand how much data is submitted to the tax authority. And I believe about 90% is in the electronic format. And in this case, we expect for some data generated somehow, because they can help us if we speak about managing our business to understand what is happening with the salary at our competitors, for us to know at what level our salaries are, what is the total volumes of sales in this area, for me to understand what is my stake of the market. This information is already public. So, of course, all of this information should be anonymized. The names should be deleted. But for this data to be made public, so that I can compare my turnover with the turnover of my peers and competitors, I will understand my situation better. So I think now it is time for the tax authority is to use better the big data that you have. So this is where you have to invest. But in reality, I always say that, well, I cannot say always, but I say that we can frequently find something to complain about. But in reality, if we speak about the tax authority, this is the most digitalized public authority in Moldova. I don't think, to give you a simple example, I have to go to the agency of public services, so I have to submit a lot of documents on paper.
Let's make another step into our discussion, and let's ask our panel colleague, Mr. David Smith, to share with us from his entrepreneurial experience and as a representative of small and medium enterprises of Moldova, what does it mean, digital receipt? Please.
Thank you very much. Speaking in English, does anybody need? Okay. Well, first and foremost, thank you very much for having me here. Would you mind passing the clicker thing? Let's see if it works.
It has a delay. So
it has a delay. Okay.
Push and wait.
Thank you. So I'm going to be talking about this topic from a different perspective today. So here we have a lot of really esteemed guests and representatives of tax authorities, of companies who do tax consulting. And we've talked a lot about the mechanisms of filing reports and things like that. I'm looking from the business side, and from the business and economic side, how are we going to actually be able to, as I said, unlock Moldova's e-commerce potential? And before I get into it, I want to make a note that I think is important that was in the last presentation. We saw different levels of the digital tax filing in different countries all around the world. And I think that it's important to make these processes easier. It's important to be digitized. However, we should take a note that by far the most digitally competitive country in the world, the United States, has one of the worst e-tax filing systems. So we should not equate going digital in the tax sector with going digital in the economy. They're not quite the same, but they're linked. And what I'm here to talk about is the linkages that basically, due to Moldovan law and regulation, are holding back e-commerce in Moldova, and they're preventing companies from actually going online properly. So first, is it the down or the up? Oh, somebody did it for me. Cool. I want to start by noting Moldova is a little bit behind on remote commerce. So pictures here from the US and Europe about 100 years ago. On the left is the first IKEA warehouse. It's actually real. The first IKEA warehouse was that small shed outside a man's house. He made furniture there. He distributed a catalog. People wanted to buy it, would send him money through the mail in the form of a check or money order or something like this. He would put the products in the warehouse, the milkman would pick it up after delivering milk every morning and drop them off at the post office. And they would be mailed to the customer's door. On the right is the Sears Roebuck catalog. That's also about 100 years old. You can see you can buy combs, dresses, eventually cars, and because it's the US and we have a lot of problems, you could even buy guns through the mail. But it was done the same way. You'd mail your check or money order, they'd receive it, and then they'd send you a product. Now, this isn't e-commerce, but it's something very important to look at because we're looking structurally at the economic impediments, and we can see right now that Moldova does not have any way to do this. Why? Well, we'll get there, but first let's take a quick look at what e-commerce is. Oops, and now I pressed the button, so I hope I didn't mess it up. You know, I'm not going to touch that. All right, so first and foremost, I think we should define e-commerce as it is around the world. No definition should be hard and restrictive because it's an evolving sector. Like we said, the third great revolution, in human history. The first and foremost one is the purchase of physical goods by mail. People don't do that with the old catalog anymore. That's Amazon. That's a company website. I get on, I pay with my credit card, my debit card, and they send me whatever I want, a new book. But there's also a major market for the purchase of intangible goods and services. So I need to pay for my marketing on Facebook or Google, or hire a consultant online through Instagram. I have subscriptions. I personally subscribe to the New York Times or Patreon for different things. That's an automatic payment every month, meaning my card goes in, and every month, once a month, they just charge me $2, $5 for whatever I've subscribed to. And then digital media. And all of these things, these are a huge marketplace, an important one for Moldova too, but very importantly, they don't involve any paper, and they can't involve paper. So I want to back up for a moment to something Yuri said. When somebody in Moldova's e-commerce make delivery of goods, they come with these two big, they've got the card payment terminal and a fiscal printer. Seen it even worse in some cases. I bought goods from actually a tech company locally, and they had a poor woman who rides around in the passenger seat of the car with a little terminal set. And she does the computer and the payment and the fiscal printing and all this stuff. Now, when I ordered that, how did it work? I went on their website, I placed an order. Usually somebody will call me, or often they don't, because nobody actually monitors the website. So then I have to call them. I say, I want to buy the thing. They send a company car, they send a company employee, and they send all this stuff to produce all the paper we need to do this transaction to my door. That's not actually e-commerce. That's not even as useful as the 100-year-old catalog, because that was sent in the mail. That came to my house. This is actually just the company walking down the street to me. Now, that might be possible if I buy something on one side of Chisinau or the other, but if I buy goods from Belts, how are they going to do that? How can a small company do that at all? These are our problems. So let's skip to the next slide, please. All right. Let's highlight a couple benefits. And I promise I'm not just lecturing everybody on things they know. I'm highlighting things that we're going to need as we go forward into our solutions to these problems. So the benefits for a customer buying things online are pretty obvious. Easy payment, delivery, you get more choices, and you can find new products. I can say, me personally, I'm a handicrafts enthusiast. I always like to go to Super 10 or Nanu and see what new tools and stuff they have. But if you go up to Belts, you find new stores. They have totally different selections, things that aren't available in Chisinau. But do I have to drive there to buy them? Why couldn't I order it and have it delivered to me? All these conveniences are really not available on our market here right now. Second, for the company, and these get really important. I represent small business, so we're talking both big and small. Companies don't need a physical storefront if you run a fully online company. Moldova right now requires a physical storefront because you have to have a place for all this paper generation. Supply chain specialization. In any developed e-commerce, any country that has developed e-commerce in the world, you don't have the company that sells you the goods deliver it to you in almost all cases. That's inefficient. Right now, I don't know if you know Uber, the digital taxi company in the US. Uber makes 51% of its business delivering goods, not moving people around in the taxi. So they have what called last mile delivery services, so they can bring things to you. Uber doesn't need to manufacture those things. They're just a delivery company. So you can have specialized supply chain that can be in manufacturing, sales, marketplace. Amazon doesn't make all the goods they have, delivery, and even warehousing, things like that. Those should be discrete. They're different competencies. But right now they have to pull together because of the way Moldova works. Wider market reach, I mentioned, and the ability to get into the service subscription economy online where you're not actually talking about physical goods. These are real benefits, and Moldova's locked out of them for now. So why? Next slide, please. All right, well, what have we got? Moldova's got innovative companies, large and small, all over the place, across the country. We've got long distance delivery. We've got the Moldova Post, you've got Nova Poșta, you've got other private companies that can deliver goods and services around Moldova. And we've got last mile delivery. We've got Glovo, Yandex, e-TAXI, all these companies, they can do the last mile. What Moldova does not have is fintech, online processing of credit or debit cards. It is technically possible through a couple banks, but it is not widely accepted because it's got huge impediments to that process. We need third-party processors like PayPal and Stripe, but we don't have them. And that's a question for the National Bank. I understand they are working on it, but yeah. What we'll focus on though, because we're talking about taxes, is the second one, a mechanism for issuing digital receipts. We're on this e-bon fiscal. So what does this mean? This means that right now, if I want to do e-commerce, I have to do it the way I described before. My website is really just a catalog. It shows you what I have, but it doesn't process anything. It doesn't take payments, and it doesn't actually set up any internal processes. Then when you call me or order on the site, I have to send people to you, right? So if we think about this as the economy, I'd use the analogy of a car. All of us up here have a piece of a car. I've got the wheels, you've got the chassis, you've got the windshield, something like that. All separately, these are useless things. What am I going to do with wheels? We put these pieces together, we have a car. A car can actually do a lot of stuff, much more interesting than just having a set of wheels. Right now, Moldova's got all the pieces it needs to have the same competitive digital economy as anywhere else in the world. They're not put together. And when we look at what we're lacking, we're not lacking anything from the private sector. We're entirely lacking government participation and making things work digitally. So I'd put it this way. We talked about sometimes governments lag behind the private sector. Well, they don't in countries that are actually creating a lot of innovative business. I actually don't know the guy's name who founded IKEA, but Mr. IKEA man didn't go for 50 permissions and 1,000 normative documents or pass a law in parliament in order to the mail. He just thought it was a good idea. Regulation caught up. Now, right now, the problem is the world has already gone far beyond. We're many steps into the digital and e-commerce revolution right now around the world, and Moldova's not catching up. And near as we can tell, I haven't seen any plans to. So what's the plan? My association, the Moldova Small Enterprise Alliance, has been working with AmCham Moldova, and we've come up with what we think is an important, more useful proposal in clearing up some of these problems that takes into account the needs and the concerns of tax authorities that we've talked about with many people in the past, as well as the needs of business. Oh, but I have a little reminder, sorry, before I go on. Somebody out there might be saying, what about Yandex? What about Bolt? What about Glovo? I can buy things online in Moldova. I do, right? I can go outside and scan a scooter, pay for it with a card and drive around the city. What you might not know, if you don't watch your credit card statements, is when you pay for a Bolt, all that money goes to Estonia. When you pay for Yandex, that money goes to Amsterdam. I'm not sure where Glovo's headquartered, but it's not here. Spain. There you go. Thanks. So when we talk about getting this together, not only are we talking about unlocking business potential and economic potential for Moldova, but we're also talking about technology. Because whether Moldova wants to be digital or not, from a government standpoint, these companies and services coming. 21st century is here, it's going to happen. The question is whether the Moldovan companies will participate or other will come participate in the market and not. So what can we do? Next slide, please. So we've come up with a solution for e-bon fiscal. Now, bon fiscal, what is it? It's a receipt. in most countries, a receipt is a receipt. If I run a store in Germany, I might have a cash register. I might have just a piece of paper. I write, you bought this much on it, and I give it to you. Same with the US. There's no specific form of a receipt. It's just a receipt. And you don't have to give them out either. Moldova has this thing called the bon fiscal. This is more complicated because you have to have registered fiscal printers, a very specific process with auditing and reporting. Now, in an ideal world, we'd frankly just get rid of it. And you'd allow companies to issue receipts online, like much of the rest of the world does. And then if they needed to be audited, they need to keep them for their records. However, we're not in an ideal world. And from the perspective of the Moldovan government, people I've talked to in tax and fiscal services in the past, there's a lot of concern about being able to monitor these transactions in real time. And if you couldn't monitor them like this, there could be even more tax evasion than we already live with. So what we're proposing is a mechanism for e-bon fiscal. So we're talking about a digitally issued receipt by email, SMS, messenger app, Viber, whatever. A real-time transaction that is also registered with the fiscal authorities when that transaction happens. So it can be monitored and checked. And a seamless mechanism of integration with websites, traditional POS, tablet, phone, etc. Meaning not like e-Factura. E-Factura is a central government platform that you have to log in at both ends and do this stuff. We're talking about called an API in technical terms, but basically a mechanism where the government can allow private sector companies, innovative payment processors, payment sales companies to connect, register transactions so that they can be monitored, but do the work that the private sector is best at, which is, well, in this case, digital transformations. So on my next slide, I outline this a little bit more. So the basic flow of how we think that this can work would be point one, the client buys something. I don't know, I order a book online or I pay for services, whichever. The seller POS is the point of sale software. And that could be, there's lots of them on the market here. Globally, you have like Square and other stuff. It would generate your kind of receipt, e-bon. It would send the data from the sale directly to the fiscal authorities, meaning the sale, what company made a sale, what did they sell, how much, taxes. The same information you send out on a receipt on a paper right now. The fiscal authorities would essentially accept it, issue a code. So that comes back to number two. It is combined together into a client e-bon fiscal, or receipt, and sent by SMS or email to the client. Now, this is already going on all over the place. I got my e-receipt from the Estonian company that runs Bolt for my scooter purchase, ride this morning. There are a couple advantages to the way we are suggesting that this can be done. First off, we got this QR code coming along with it. That means later on in audit situation and anything else, this could be scanned and found to be valid. So it's not just a digital PDF, but the authorities can actually check to make sure this is a real receipt. Second, we're outlining a process by which the tax authorities are seeing these transactions happen, registering them, and actually they wind up with a greater system of control than we do now with the paper printers, which are only checked periodically. This would be instantaneous. But most importantly, for the companies and for the client, this is a seamless process. All you just, you buy something, you get an email, you get a receipt. Can we get to the next slide? I already forget what it is, so. Yeah. Functionally, we outline a couple things that are very important for this process. One, it's got to be fast. Again, seamless. There are far too many digital processes in Moldova where you can file something digitally, but then somebody has to look at it, or you have to do a digital signature or something like this. Literally, as we've sat here, my accountants are bugging me to digitally sign some things with my phone, which is a process that takes a lot of time. And I have absolutely no idea what I'm signing, so I hope I trust my accountants, because I just get a message that says sign number 2. Great. We've got to get rid of all that. It's got to be seamless. API model. We cannot look towards something like e-Factura. This cannot be a government piece of software that breaks all the time or something like that. It's just got to be The government accepts the information, sends back a signature. Resilience. It is very important that if a server goes down or is hacked, and we're talking about putting a lot of the economy, one government server sending out QR codes, that the entire digital economy doesn't crash. So we have a couple ways that we think this could be done, but essentially there needs to be a way that the private sector can continue processing transactions even if the government IT system breaks, which anybody who's used any of the digital signature processes in Moldova know happens all the time. So it's got to be resilient. And again, zero physical interaction. It's very important. I mean, I have a lot of subscriptions. I pay for Google Drive, maybe like some of you do. A charge gets put on my card in the middle of the night. I can't wake up and file a paper or sign a thing or whatever. It's just got to happen. Just got to happen seamlessly. Next, please. All right. So I've been talking for a little while and I'll try to wrap it up. But I've written my conclusion here and you can read it if you want. But basically, my question here is, this is a technical problem. It's a technical problem for the government, not for the private sector. The private sector is ready to go. We just need the wheels for the car. But I would ask, and I would ask anybody listening to this, like the question sometimes is, why can't Moldova have nice things? Why can't we order stuff online? Why can't we participate in the digital economy? If I have a startup, why do I have to headquarter it? Why? Why should Moldova be different? Also, something period with. This is not something we need a pilot project. Every country in the developed world is doing it. They've been doing it for 20 years. We don't need to Moldova to see, are we able to be like them? Moldovan companies are able to do it. Many of them operate in those markets anyway, processing payments and giving receipts. What we need is a that allows this process to take place here. Now, we've outlined this. I think that this would provide a ton of opportunities for Moldovan companies in the internal market as well as a broader market. It's huge for small business. I have talked to so many small business owners. One recently, he made leather goods, belts, wallets, artisanal, absolutely beautiful. His company lasted about 6 months. Why? He had to try to get people to that front. He had to bring them into a store to sell this, rent, employees. What he really wanted to do was sell Yale wallet. Online, that company could have flourished. Offline, he immigrated and left the country. Economic opportunities that can be unlocked here. And then finally, another major problem, we've talked about e-factura and B2B sales is a different matter here. But we believe through an implementation like this that gives this information quickly and seamlessly to the tax authorities so they can look at it. We could also, in time, integrate B2B transactions so companies could also participate in this economy. And I will just tell you, as a Moldovan small business owner, I spend an enormous amount of my time driving around the city, waiting in line at a store to buy some little thing. And I didn't need it today. I just only had time to go today. If I could have ordered it and it showed up 3 days later in the mail, my life would be easier. We're talking about economic unlocks here. We're really looking at the car is sitting in 10 pieces around the room. We just got to put it together. If we put it together, it's not just going to be as easy as buying something new online. We're talking about fundamentally changing the amount of time and effort it takes to run a company here or to buy things. That's a big change for the country. So at AIM, we really believe in this. We have a set of proposals around it. We've been working with AmChem and their great experts together. And we really look forward to talking more with the authorities and presenting this further. So thanks very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Mulțumim, David. O să trec pe română.
Thank you, David. I will move to Romanian now. But we understood you very well. Victoria, would you like to add something? Actually, I don't have a reply in terms, because this is the request of the business and the businesses are the client of ours. And every person or every entity wants to provide customer support in real time and at a high quality level as desired. I would just like to reiterate that we are interested to develop the electronic monitor of sales that would have the possibility to connect software and the possibility to generate the e-invoice. I would like to explain it to the businesses and actually ask them to come up with requests to certify their softwares and connect them to MEP, because this will be possible only by the involvement of two parties. We have the state on one hand and the taxpayer on the other hand, who would like to certify an IT system. Or in the situation when we have this certification center, but we have no requests, the process will not work seamlessly. Now, this here proved that we have situations when we can certify cash registers, but we had times when we had no requests to do that. There were no requests, and we asked companies who were delivering cash registers to prioritize the equipment they want and bring us. And we issued this examination orders for that field to have appropriate cash registers. This is what I wanted to say. I somehow feel the need to balance the discussion, and I would like to put on the hat of a former tax officer to be a bit closer to Victoria in this case, because it is important to see things from both perspectives. And my experience from the Romanian tax administration is the following: that we had situation that ANAF, that's the name of the tax agency, wanted to digitalize something and had faced opposition from the business community, because we are people. The tax you could reproach the tax authority in Romania and Moldova that they move slower than the business community, and that is true and understandable in a way, and maybe it is justified, as I was saying before, because we need to be confident that what happens is what is necessary. But the business community also has a broad range, and the part that David was speaking of, we want to do business in this new way. We want to pay taxes. Help us do that, because we have all the parts and we just need to put them together. Another part of them said that, okay, it's good as it is. And if you change, well, maybe bring some more transparency, maybe you add something else. You could, as Inga was saying before, I want change, but I don't want to change. Or if this transparency is raised, I will not be able to do the deals I had before, and that does not work for me. So this is a struggle. This is a balance that we try to keep all the time, and the purpose of a destination is clear. Digitization happens. It will happen. But on one hand, the business environment has to put pressure on the tax authority to keep up, and the tax authority has to weigh, to calculate things and do something that some businesses will not be happy with, but also make steps towards progress that are necessary, because the part that David was speaking about, it happens, and it's a pity we don't get money from that. Now, I mean, we in Moldova don't get money from that. But in Romania, it's the same. We had the same discussions. In our council, the website of the biggest online magazine, online shop, eMag, and said that I pay taxes in Romania. Look, Amazon sells as much as me, or big space sells more than me, but pays no taxes in Romania. So they came to tell us, well, I pay taxes in Romania, and doing business in Romania is a good way. Why do they sell the same, doing business in Romania, and pays no taxes here? But, well, that's a big issue at EU level. You had heard about GAFA group, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple, who make money and pay nowhere, neither in America nor in Europe, nowhere. It's a very good acronym. It's a big issue. It's not a problem in Chișinău, Bucharest. It's also valid for Washington and Brussels and all other places. We just need to move and do things in a way that they're correct. And tax administration could and has to transform in a business enabler, not in a business break. When I say business break, I mean that main vocation of a tax office, charging money from the people, from the business. And this is a break, but it can become an enabler of a business when it eliminates evasion, because evasion means equal competition. I cannot compare with a business that does not pay 20% VAT and 12% income tax. So the tax office has to put us all on an equal set, and then it has to be innovative and help new businesses. It has to take care of that the businesses on its territory that are not paying taxes, make them pay. And in this way, maybe people will become happy.
Matt?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say something on that last point. And I think that is very important. I run a restaurant in Moldova. Most restaurants participate in different forms of tax evasion. I don't. It's very uncompetitive. It sucks. So, no, I think we all do want a better marketplace that would have some of these uncompetitive practices taken out. At the same time, we also need to be very clear about what's going on in front of us. Of tax evasion that happens in Moldova because it's not two things in Moldova that you have to. Not legal to run an e-commerce website, just thing. So they put it out in Moldova. Avoidance, evasion, you decide. I mean, for that matter, it's not legal to hire a private contractor and have a plumber come and fix your toilet in Moldova. So you've got to pay them cash some way. Tax evasion has two problems. There's a criminal aspect, meaning I don't want to pay taxes. One, though, is I need to do something and I can't. And when we're talking about the mechanisms we're proposing today, Moldova doesn't have an e-commerce sector, not because companies don't want to do business. It's because they can't, or they can't figure out how. And I would say, especially with regard to the upcoming changes that were mentioned and companies not coming and registering, very often companies don't come and register because they don't know how, or it's too complicated. Or in the case of my company, it wasn't the tax authorities, it was the health department. You just call the phone number and the phone number and phone number, and nobody ever answers. So the way, since we're talking digital, how would it be? Oh, I have a website. I go onto the tax authorities website, I register my company, and I never have to talk to anybody. That would be the ideal process. But I think we can all agree about the tax evasion question. We can all agree that there's challenges of Amazon operating in countries. But right now, the solution to these challenges isn't to figure out what foreign companies we need to tax more for Moldova, because they'll just leave the small market. The solution needs to be getting Moldovan companies in the game.
Yeah.
And we haven't got that yet.
Da, timpul nostru este aproape pe sfârșit, dar avem o întrebare din sală.
We are almost close to the end. We have a question from the room, so I think we can take it. I'm glad that you can hear me. So these panel discussions is about how to decrease the friction of businesses with all tax-related processes. But we know that this is not the only aspect related to doing business. So if we are speaking about taxes to simplify, to make it easier, transparent, this side is one thing. But if we are to analyze at the country level, we have to speak about cost of doing business, how easy it is for me to do business. So my question is, and Mr. Chichibaba said that the tax service is the most digitalized, but if we are to speaking at the system level, we cannot say that the system is strong as long as only one chain of the whole or only one element of the whole system is strong. So my question is, are there any solutions or initiatives to harmonize digitalization and to facilitate the cost of doing business in other areas as well, not only in the tax area. So what I can say is that the tax authority, in terms of its interaction with other authorities, under the aegis of the e-governance agency, tries to structurize and uniformize all of the processes. For us, it's important not only to develop the interaction with taxpayers, but for the taxpayers to interact via the platform with all of the authorities. I want to say that this trend is being developed. Yes, it is developing at a certain pace. We have to accept it as a reality. But I want to say that the trends and the policies promoted by the e-governance agency is to improve the interoperability and to ensure interoperability among authorities, because I know how it feels when the authorities say that you have to bring a certificate from another authority, and these are elements of the past century, but we're still living with them. So it's clear that we have to get rid of these practices, and step by step they will disappear. So this is the trend that we have. Any exchange of information between authorities should be done via mConnect platform. Some processes go easier, other more difficult, but nevertheless, all of the authorities try to align themselves to these standards. I can give you an example from my experience in Romania. I want to say that Romania still have lots of softwares and databases that were developed in 100 institutions, and to make them communicate among each other is very difficult. But in the Romanian Tax Authority, we managed one thing: the tax attestation certificate, which states whether you have debts or not, the tax records, and the salary certificates that people need to take a loan. These three documents are digitalized, and it meant 7 million hours less work for the tax authorities. So if you solve a burning problem, it can be a huge step forward. Yes, you'll have other 100 unsolved problems, but that's the realities. Having said that, I would like to thank everyone present in the room, in particular the panel speakers, who brought to us these interesting ideas that we had a chance to debate. Now, all of us will leave except for Yuri, who will stay because he'll have to make the conclusions. Thank you.
Prieteni, uite, ne ajungi la ultimul exercițiu pe care îl facem noi în cadrul tax.
Dear friends, we have reached the last activity of e-TAXCON of this year. We had a conference with lots of information presented during 2 days. We had the pleasure to interact with you online, but especially to interact offline. We are very proud of the way how this interaction happened here. We are very proud of the information that we've managed to bring to your attention. I believe that it is never too much to remind with whom we designed and made this event an unforgettable event together with Dan and the Chamber of Tax Consultants. We made a partnership with PwC, KPMG, Mazars, Orange, and Mayib, so that this 3rd edition of e-TAXCON is an event that brings light over important topics for a tax professional. I think it would be interesting to try to see what would be the main conclusions that we have formulated as a result of the 1st and the 2nd day. Yuria, let's start with you. Yesterday we had a full day. We had special guests in an opening panel who tried to bring more clarity about the prospects of this special status of candidate country. We have discussed with various authorities, various representatives. So we've tried to understand better the global trends, and we also had 2 more special applicable sections or hands-on sections that are closer to a daily work of a professional in financial and tax area. So let's try to formulate conclusions of the first 2 panels. Taxation of non-residents, as usually, started broader discussions. We discussed about the new global trends in this area. Thank you, Dragoș, for using this word GAFA, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple. So when discussing about the permanent representative office, Christina helped us recommend some adjustments for the cooperation with the tax authorities and how to get the certificate of resident. And we also spoke in the next panel discussions about the labor relations and their taxation. We spoke about the challenges that we can find on our market. We have some delays with the new methods such as stock option plan, but they have helped us understand that there are already some other discussions about the participation of employees in the profit and adjustment of taxation in a way that it is more aligned to the payment of dividends. We were informed about a new proposal from the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection that is aimed at supporting the businesses if they increase the salaries, but we are waiting to see the draft document itself for us to have a better understanding of what is planned. We have also discussed other methods. For example, what is happening with the digital nomads and what is this new international trend about. And also we discussed the taxation not only of individuals, refugee individuals, but also the new problems that have to be solved for the individual entrepreneurs who are not citizens of Moldova, and because of that create in the host country certain issues and open discussions that have to be taken into account in the future. So I think here we have to mention, well, at least myself, what I understood yesterday, besides what you have mentioned, is speaking about labor relations. I'd like to thank Mr. Spataro for trying to tell us more what is happening behind the curtains. For me, it was interesting to find out what Marina Bzova has mentioned regarding this tendency to extrapolate the special tax regime applied to IT parks to other areas. She mentioned the business process operators. So that's an interesting trend, which I believe will be very discussed topics in the specialized associations, including us, Business Association, versus the ministries, Minister of Finance, Minister of Labor and Social Protection, starting with the potential tasks that might occur. In addition to what you've said, I remember this one. The first day was indeed longer. The second day, we tried also to make as interesting as the first one. And together with Dan, we have you, Yuri, and Lilia, co-chairpersons of AMCHA Moldova's tax committee. So yes, indeed, in the second day of this event, our goal was to have two sessions. The first one was focused on how to finance the business and specific aspects related to the taxation of alternative financing. Our goal was to make a general overview of the alternative financing trends on the Moldovan market. We have discussed about financing via commercial banks in the Republic of Moldova and the importance of banks as an intermediary between individuals, legal entities, the government. We have spoken about the financing via the non-banking financing organizations. And here, the main topic of discussion were the legislative amendments that took place in 2021 and how these amendments were accepted by the non-bank financing sector, what aspects have to be clarified. And as a special guest, we had Cornelia Kozlovsky, representative of the National Committee for Financial Market, that reiterated the openness of this authority to help the business environment understand the challenges. And I feel a positive flow in this regard. In the same section, we spoke about the specific aspects related to the taxation of alternative funding. We spoke about types of alternative financing, such as venture capital or loans. We've seen what are the main elements that have to be analyzed for us to know what we want, how we can address this financing, where we could find sources of inspiration. And the key topic was that before starting financing, you need to document yourself, you need to have enough financial education to make sure that what you have chosen is suitable for your business. The next topic in the second session was about digitalization of tax relations. Here we had as guests both representatives from the Republic of Moldova and from Romania, practitioners, representatives of tax authorities who are promoting this digitalization both internally, which for sure is not an easy thing to do, and externally by communicating with the businesses. We spoke about e-trade and the tax impediments. We spoke about electronic monitoring of sales and other relevant technologies. We spoke about electronic tax receipt that can ease the burden and encourage healthy competition in the business among businesses. The special guest was Victoria Belaus, representative of the state tax inspectorate. And I believe that the topics were very intense and for sure it will be very challenging to decide what topics to select for next year. Yes, every year we select that the topic is somehow connected to digitalization. We try to address this topic from different angles because we have to understand that digitalization is not an end goal, but it's a way. I totally agree with you. And if we're to think already about topics for next year, digitalization will be on the agenda for sure. Should we plan already next year? Well, we have, well, this is our daily life, this transformation that is happening all around us. It is happening whether we want it or not in the tax area, economic area, and we have to keep up with it. I believe that we have to understand better the role of authorities in East Europe. Had to move through from centralized economy to market economy. In a centralized economy, everything is planned by the government. The government has the supreme role to collect the value added. So from that value, it will redistribute according to the needs. There is a fundamental difference because the market economy, the whole value generated belongs to the ones who is generating the value, and the government takes a part of that through taxes in order to be able to implement its programs. So in a centralized economy, we have to understand that the taxes are higher if the business economy is higher. So the economy has to function, and because these are the rules of this mechanism, this is a simple mechanics that we have to understand. We have to understand how it works. We cannot pretend or we cannot take our engine that works on fuel and to try to make it work with hay, by burning hay. I believe that yesterday's and today's discussions were very useful because they brought light over a series of aspects, both local, national, regional, and international. And I believe that our colleagues from both Moldova and Romania found lots of interesting information. And for sure, next year, at the 4th edition, we'll have other interesting topics to address. I will end in the same fashion. Goodbye, Moldova. Goodbye, Romania. We will meet again next year. Lots of health.